Alrighty, welcome everybody. We'll go ahead and call this BZA meeting to order. Just give you a little heads up about the flow of the meeting this evening. There may be some of you all who are witnesses on behalf of the proposed Taneytown crossing. When those individuals come up, there will be an opportunity for the board to ask some questions, and then we're going to stick to questions from the public. Later on, after we've gone to our zoning administrator, Mr. Weeprep, that's when we open up for public comment in which you can share other items that are on your mind. So before Mr. Weeprep, we're going to have questions for witnesses, and then later on after he shares his portion, that's when we'll open up for comment. So just want to give you that little flow. All right, the city's attorney is going to read the case into file.
Good evening, everyone. Today we have before us case number 2018-207 from the Foundation Development Group LLC regarding the intersection of Harney Road and Westview Drive, and the applicant requests a special exception approval for semi-detached and garden apartment dwellings and an accessory use community building with the Old Town District and subject to the Old Town design standards. Applicant also requests special exception authorization to reduce the number of off-street parking spaces from those required 3 spaces per dwelling unit to 2 spaces per dwelling unit. The case file has in it tonight the receipt for the payment of the escrow amount, the application which was submitted by Schaefer and Schaefer, the application itself consisting of the application page, the adjoining property owner list, and the certification page. It also contains attached to it a site plan, which I believe the board has a copy of. There's a photocopy, a picture of the hearing notice, which was posted on the property showing the date and time of hearing. There is the letter which was sent to the Carroll County Times to advertise this hearing, a copy of the Carroll County Times showing the hearing notice for the hearing, return receipts and returned letters to all the adjoining property owners that picked them up, the actual letters to all the adjoining property owners that were there. That's the contents of the case file. In addition to the case file, I'd like to read for the board the standard review that you're going to use to review tonight's case. Tonight's case is a special exception, and under the City of Taneytown Code, a special exception is granted by Article 11, and there's a procedure for doing that for the board. Section 205-76 states the standards. The standards the board has to review before granting any special exceptions shall find satisfactory provision and arrangement has been made concerning, but not limited to, the following items: ingress and egress, off-street parking and loading areas, refuse and service areas, utilities, screening and buffering, signs, required yards and other open space, and general compatibility with the adjacent properties and other properties in the district. Garden apartments also have a special section that deal with special exceptions. The garden apartment section is contained in section 205-85 garden apartments, and basically has a standard that before granting any such exception, the Board of Appeals shall find the following criteria have been fully satisfied. A, the maximum number of dwelling units in any one area shall be 24. B, there shall be a finding of a lot area per dwelling unit of 4,000 square feet with a minimum lot area for the project of 24,000 square feet and a maximum lot area for the project of 4 acres. C, all new apartment areas must be buffered from existing single-family detached and semi-detached residential dwellings by conventional housing of single-family and or semi-detached type. And D, parking of vehicles other than automobiles, motorcycles, pickup trucks shall be prohibited. Those are the standards contained in the code. As you review those standards in your mind with the evidence that's going to be presented before you today, I'll read you the standard that the Court of Appeals of Maryland has set for granting special exceptions. In the case of Schultz v. Pritz, and that's Pritz Funeral Home in Westminster, to make it a little local understanding, the court held that the appropriate standard to be used in determining whether a special exception use would have an adverse effect and therefore should be denied is whether there are facts and circumstances that show that the particular use proposed at the particular location proposed would have any adverse effects above and beyond those inherently associated with such a special exception use, irrespective of its location within the zone. I know that's double talk and triple talk and lawyer's ease, but you can get copies of this, and if the audience needs any copies, that's Schultz versus Pritz. With those standards in mind, Mr. Chairman, I believe you're ready to proceed.
Alrighty, any witnesses tonight? Remind you that you're testifying under oath and bound by that testimony. Please sign in at the podium, or unless, has that been moved to the table?
No, it's
Still at the
still
podium. Alrighty, so please go ahead and present your case.
Thank you. Good evening, and with the board's permission, I'll stay seated so that I don't block people's view. My name's Clark Schaefer. I'm from Schaefer and Schaefer, and I'm the lawyer representing the applicant here tonight. I have with me Kelly Schaefer, who's my partner, who will be assisting me here tonight. I don't have much of an opening statement, but I would like to let the board and the interested citizens know that tonight we will be presenting testimony from the following people, and I'll give you just a brief indication of what they're going to testify about, just very brief, so that if questions come up, it's possible that the witness will say, hey, that's a topic that somebody else will follow. I'm going to have Marty Hackett from CLSI, who will testify about the general layout and the design considerations that went into the plan. I'm going to have Jessica Zuniga from Foundation Development, who will talk about the tax credit financing program that this is operated under and some of the operational details. I'm going to have Bethany Hooper, who is going to be the property manager if this would be approved and developed. I'm going to have Michael Blake, an architect, who talk about some of the design aspects and construction aspects of the property. I'm going to have Nick Dribbin, who's a traffic engineer, who will testify about a traffic study that he's performed about the proposed use. I'm going to have Lisa Eckerd, an appraiser, who will talk about property values. And I'm going to have Dennis Harner, who is the property owner, who will testify generally about the area that this is located in. So with that being said, I'll call my first witness, Martin Hackett. You move. He's got a seat here. He can sit right here.
Where will sign you, Clark?
We'll sign you in, Marty. Can you sign him in, Kel, please? All right, Mr. Hackett, can you state your name and address for the record? Are we gonna swear him in?
All witnesses are going to be considered sworn if you take the mic.
All right, so Marty, you're testifying under oath here tonight?
That's correct. Yeah, Martin Hackett with CLSI, 439 East Main Street, Westminster, 21157.
Marty, tonight, do you swear to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony here tonight?
Yes, I do.
Tell the board a little bit about who you are and what your background and qualifications are, please.
I'm a land use consultant, land planner. I'm the president of CLSI, local engineering, surveying, planning, consulting firm. I've been performed many cases for zoning cases across the region in Baltimore, Howard, Frederick, and Carroll.
Marty, how long have you been in the business?
36 years.
And where'd you start in the business?
Small engineering firm in Towson back in 1982.
And have you been a principal in CLSI for how many years?
Since 1993.
And since 1993, have you worked on projects in the commercial, industrial, and residential areas?
Yes, I have.
And have you worked on those projects in the Carroll County area?
Yes, sir.
Right. Have you worked on those projects in any projects in the Taneytown area?
Yes, I have.
And in the city of Taneytown?
Yes, sir.
And have you designed or helped design residential and commercial projects?
Yes, I have.
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as applicant's exhibit 1. What is that?
That's my resume.
And is that resume a true and correct summary of your experience and background?
Yes, sir.
I'd submit Mr. Hackett to the board as an expert in the area of land use design.
Yes, accept.
And I'd like to offer his resume in as my applicant's exhibit number 1. Mr. Hackett, can you generally explain the design and features of this proposed use? First of all, where is it located?
The project's located at the corner of Harney Road, Baltimore Street, and also Westview Drive.
All right. Now, with reference, there's a rendering up on the what do you call that thing?
Board.
The board. Up on the board. What can you explain with reference to that? What that shows?
Yes, sir.
Now, you have a pointer there. Is you gonna use that?
I can use the pointer. The property that's rendered in this location is consisting of 26 duplexes units and 10 multifamily units on the property. The property is obviously situated relatively flat in nature in both sections. It consists of basically two land bays. The one that's over in this location, which would be on the west side of Westview Drive, and then the other land bay area, which is in this area to the east of Westview Drive.
Okay. Can you explain? Just point to the layout of the units. It's four. Would it be correct to say that it's 4 one-bedroom units, 6 two-bedroom units, and 26 three-bedroom units proposed?
That's correct.
All right. Explain where they're located on there about, will you please?
The proposed units are these buildings that you'll see here, and then also over in this area. These are the duplex units, and that being the multifamily.
Now, can you explain the thought process behind the design?
Yeah, we've located these buildings as sort one to all face consistently to the main road to give the same general feel and character as coming down Baltimore Street, even as you turn on Harney Road. So the rear of the buildings are actually where are sort of screening the parking area, but the off-street parking is located behind the buildings, so they won't be as noticed.
Is that consistent with what you've observed in terms of the general layout and design of the residential units in that area?
Yes, sir.
In other words, they front on the road and the...
That's correct.
Does the site have good access and site distance?
It does.
Explain where the access points would be, or point to them, please.
Each access location, it's off of Westview Drive, the first one being to this side here where I'm pointing now, the second to the other location. Plenty of site distance both ways with a stop condition at Harney Road. And then the Harney Road access is the existing intersection that's been there for quite some time.
Generally describe the area that, have you visited the site?
Yes, I have.
Generally describe the area that it's located in, please.
There's a few single-family homes in the area, single-family detached homes, but predominantly in this location, you're looking at existing duplexes in the area, some multifamily to the north of us. There's some rental units, and predominantly those areas that I'm talking about are rentals.
Okay. Now, there's, I think you referred to it earlier in your testimony, there's one of these units is a multifamily or a multifamily building,
Yes.
correct? Will you point to that?
Correct. That's part of the existing one right there that goes off. That's the existing multifamily structure that's there today.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's there today. That is, what about the one we're proposing to put up if this is approved?
That's the one that's right adjacent to it.
And what is the reason you put that back there?
It's just more compatible to the area. It's further off the roadway and more screened by the duplexes which will be located along Harney Road.
Does the area that this is located in contain any commercial or industrial uses?
Yeah, the commercial uses are actually north of Baltimore Street down in this location, and then the industrial uses are on the opposite side of the road. There's a park in the area, and I'm pointing down below, but it's north of that. And from that point, there's several industrial uses continuing north.
Are there other, maybe you've already said this, I'm sorry, are there other multifamily rental units in the area?
There are.
That's the one you pointed to.
In that
before, right?
location and over in this location.
Is this property located in the growth area and the priority funding area as defined under under Taneytown's master plan?
That's correct.
Have you looked at the Taneytown master plan?
Yes, I have.
All right, and in your opinion, is this development consistent with the Taneytown master plan?
Yes, it is.
Can you state why do you say that? Have you cite if you can a couple instances in the master plan where it would talk about this sort of development?
There's, for instance, on page 12, chapter 2, it's housing and community design. It says provide for a wide range of housing types, density, and affordability that is well maintained and will meet the needs of the entire community.
Got any more?
One part is even walkability and connectivity. This project is going to tie into sidewalks that will wrap around from Harney Road and tie into the existing sidewalks in Baltimore Street, plus interconnected themselves. That's on page 48 of the ordinance.
When you cite that, and I would request that the board take administrative notice of the Taneytown Community Comprehensive Plan approved February 22nd, 2010, which is fairly thick, so I didn't make copies for everybody. But that's what you're referring to, is that correct?
That's correct. And on page 91, it's also said as goals, provide for a wide range of housing types, density, and affordability that is well maintained and will meet the needs of the entire community. And that's sort of redundant from the first one, but it's located throughout the plan.
All right, one more, page 95.
Yeah. Yeah. Recommended actions, fully utilizing the land and density that is available within the growth area boundary will more effectively accommodate the future growth in the county.
Now, like Mr. Gullo, you've also reviewed the standards in section 205-76 of the Taneytown Code, have you not?
I have.
All right. Well, let's go down those. You talked about is the ingress and egress to this property provide adequate convenience, traffic flow, and access?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, what's the basis for saying that?
Grade-wise, it meets the site distance requirements. It's a relatively low-speed road in that location.
What's the road you're talking about?
Westview Drive.
Okay. Is that a public road?
Westview is a public road. And it accesses on the Harney Road, and that access point is, like I said, that's been existing for quite some time.
All right, and have you, when you design, well, we're in the preliminary design phase now, correct?
That's correct.
But that doesn't mean you just threw this on paper, right? You looked at this,
That's correct.
correct? Make sure this stuff fit,
That's correct.
make sure it met setbacks and that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you make sure that the turning radiuses, for instance, where the entrances were in accordance with standards for public works?
That's correct.
In Taneytown?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are those turning radius standards that are in the public works manuals, are they designed to make sure that fire and emergency equipment can adequately access a property like this?
That's correct.
Now, how about the off-street parking and loading areas? You've pointed to off-streat parking.
Correct.
And we're going to talk about that in some detail later, but in your opinion, is that adequate?
Yes, it is.
And have you designed that at a 2-for-1 number?
We did, yes, sir.
And is it your opinion that the 2-for-1 number is adequate in this situation?
Yes, sir.
Have you designed other multifamily units in other parts of the county?
We have.
And is it your experience that 2-for-1 is enough?
That's correct.
Is there in your experience, is there a trend in municipal government where governments are looking at their parking regulations and scaling them back in a lot of instances?
They are in a lot of cases,
And why is that?
mainly for the environmental protection kind of thing, just to limit the amount of impervious area to lessen stormwater runoff, ultimately for degradation of streams and so on, and water resources.
All right, and is it also because they found that there, a lot of developments are overparked?
That's correct.
Now, how about have you shown a refuse or service area?
We have.
All right, and point that out.
It's in this location here and another one in this location here.
And that would be the refuse area, right?
That's correct.
Are utilities near or at this site, public utilities?
Yeah, public facilities exist in the public roadways.
What's that, water and sewer
That's correct, and storm drainage.
and electric?
That's correct.
Are they, are they right adjacent to this site?
Yes, they are.
Or do you propose screening and buffering in connection with this development?
Yes, we do.
And point to it, please.
All the screening around the existing tract boundary necessary to proper screen between the existing uses, the residential uses, even though we're still a compatible residential use.
Now, is there a landscape ordinance that applies to this development?
Yes, sir.
And is it your belief and intent that this development does meet and will meet those requirements?
Yes, it will.
Now, even if this development receives a special exception approval here tonight, will that be the last step in the review process?
No, sir.
What will be the next step?
Then we would go into the site plan process where we would have to go through the final engineering design of parking, grading, stormwater management, storm drainage, water, sewer, forestry, sediment control, and at that point we'd go through the review process and we'd be in front of the planning commission.
Those will be public meetings before the planning commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that brings me to the next one. The signs and exterior lighting, is that something that would be presented in detail to the planning commission?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar generally with the kinds of standards that the planning commission has for such things as lighting?
Well, the lighting, the standard's going to be that we would do a photometric plan of the lighting detail, and what we would do is look at what impact and basically try to have zero direct lighting impact at the property line. That doesn't mean you won't see a glare or anything, just like any type of parking space. You could look at it and you'll see there's a glare because there's still light there, but there's no direct lighting like going into off the property.
What's a photometric plan?
That is basically the measure of illuminations of the light based on their specific specifications. That it's a program that basically puts that light at a certain location, and based on the specs, it will determine how much illumination it'll have from the light and how it dissipates out. And most of this is going to be residential in nature. For instance, in this case, and we'll get into it, I'm sure, later about, it's going to be professionally maintained by a property manager. These people don't have the ability to put on floodlights. If it were like residential in nature, like a R75 single-family home, if it was built there, you can go ahead and put your lights in and not have too much criteria about where they shine and so on. And they could certainly impact the community or the adjacent existing community more so than what would occur here, because of they don't have the ability to put that. It's all controlled by the association.
So this is more heavily regulated
It
than
is.
your average or existing
Correct.
or average single-family home.
When we spec something on the buildings, based on the site plan, it would have to be based on that site plan. Anything other than that would be a violation of the site plan.
Now, do you envision that there would be signage proposed at or near the two entrances on Westview, to this project on Westview?
Yes, sir.
Right. And do you understand that would have to meet the Taneytown signage standards?
That's correct.
And is that something that would be reviewed by the planning commission?
Yes, sir.
Would the planning commission require a detailed drawing showing the exact height and type of sign?
Absolutely.
Now, you've also, does that also mark off an area for a possible municipal sign?
Yes, we looked at a location for a possible municipal sign being in this location here, which would be a nice entrance feature into the town.
And that would be something that could be discussed at the planning commission
That's correct.
area, is that right? And I think you already testified, you've provided for the required yard and other open spaces as required by the code?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you, in your opinion, is this generally compatible with adjacent properties and other property in the district?
Absolutely.
And state your basis for saying that.
I mean, most of these, all the uses over in this area are residential uses. There's some single-family detached homes, but there are some duplex-type style units also. And as I mentioned before, these are rental units and the multifamily structure, which creates a nice transition from up above as we come out into the town into the commercial and industrial districts as you're exiting Taneytown. It's a good transition area.
Now, I'm going to ask you the Schultz v. Pritz question. In your opinion, does this special exception request create adverse effects above and beyond those adverse effects associated with such a use regardless of its location within the R7500 zone?
It does not.
And what is the basis for saying that?
Well, what happens is that in this case, there's several rental units already located here, the types of duplexes that already exist with a multifamily. There's other places in the R75 district that may be butted right up against all residential in nature. In this case, you've already got some of these uses that are duplexes. Makes that transition even easier at this location than it would other.
Would you, if this land was located in the middle of 200 single-family houses in the R7500, would you consider it good design to propose a 2 or 3 or 4 story multi-unit apartment building?
Well, even though that would still be residential in use, it's probably, as far as structure goes, the use may be compatible to a degree, but the building would not be as compatible.
I'd like to offer that rendering that he's testifying to into evidence. Do we have that in a format, a smaller format?
I do.
All right. I'd like to mark that applicant's exhibit number 2 and offer it into evidence, please.
Accept.
Thank you. And that concludes my questions on direct for Mr. Hackett.
Thank you. Anybody up here have any questions for the gentleman?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You talked about the 2 refuse areas. Are we talking about dumpsters?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
How many?
There's 2 dumpster locations. One is in this
Yeah, they are. I know the 2 locations. How many dumpsters?
My guess, depending on the size, it could be 1 at each location.
Will they be fenced?
They will be
Well-
fenced and screened accordingly. Yes, ma'am.
And what are the screenings you're talking about for
Most,
the houses?
as far as,
That's what I'm asking. You said there will be screening. What?
we're talking about for the dumpster areas?
No, houses.
For the houses, the houses for the.
Are we talking about shrubbery when you say screening?
We're
and
gonna be-
trees?
Well, the landscaping along the property lines adjoining the existing houses will be, most of the time will be evergreens in nature with some major deciduous mixed in just to give it more of a natural feel. Not necessarily rows of pine trees set up that look like toy soldiers, something more natural.
And you said the property is going to be maintained by someone?
That's
These
correct.
people do not mow their own yards, they do not shovel their own snow.
That's correct.
Well, I disagree that they are compatible with the existing buildings. I don't think they're compatible at all with that area. But that being said, that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
I'm sure this will come up later, but looking at this, I'm very, very worried about traffic. Now, you can say all you want to say about that intersection at Harney Road and 140. It's a nightmare. Total nightmare. Is there a plan to put a light up there?
Not at this point, I do not know.
Because there's no way I could vote for this thing as long as that hangs there.
Well, the same thing coming out Westview onto Harney.
Yeah, well, the Westview thing is another thing.
It's a very narrow road there.
Yeah.
Two cars can
And
barely
You're
pass.
talking about 2 for 1.
Mr. Schaefer, would Nick Dribbin be addressing that later?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. You know, what are we going to do with the overflow parking, which is going to develop here? I can just see it now. So we got problem on Westview, and we got problems at Harney. If you rectify those, I might buy into this.
So you're looking for a backup plan in
I
case
sure am.
there is more
Yeah,
than
yeah.
the need for 2 to 1?
If they go the other way on Westview instead of coming out on Harney, you're feeding into a mass of small streets.
One-way streets.
Yeah, and some of them are one way. And we're just gumming up a situation that's already gummed up with traffic every morning and every evening.
Okay.
I have a question, too. So you had mentioned that you worked at other projects in Taneytown. Could you tell me what those all were?
The projects in Taneytown, I did the Carroll Vista project, Sarah's Choice project, Meadowbrook, the Food Line, Creekside, Roberts Field, part of it, Copperfield, some of it.
Any of the
Various-
developments behind
The Lorien
the,
facility, we did the Lorien
behind
facility.
Kenny's, any of that? Have you done any work back there?
We-
Behind Kenny's?
We did the self-help housing project that was done by Interfaith Housing, which is sort of back in that location.
Right.
Back behind the Lorien facility as well,
Right.
back in there. Yes, sir, we did that. And, yeah, the mini storage facility, we done work for Kraus Ford. We did work on the Pizza Hut, just to name a few.
You sound like you got a lock on everything.
Are there any questions from the room for Mr. Hackett?
I got something else.
Yes, ma'am. Please come up to the podium.
How many total units were there?
36. Keep
Are there
thinking.
only going to be 2 dumpsters?
That's correct. Well, there's 2 dumpster locations, and depending on the size, they will be, they're normally, they're fenced in, and people in this location will take their trash to those dumpsters. They won't be individually picked up. They're all in,
Town only has pickup once a week.
I'm sorry?
Town only has pickup once a week.
I believe these are privatized. Somebody will come in, they could have them picked up once or twice a week, depending on how it needs to be serviced.
So that trash won't be.
That's correct. These people, this is all going to be managed by a professional property manager. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, could you, whoa, ma'am, could you state your name for the record?
Faye Lerman, Lerman.
Thank you, ma'am. You had something, sir?
Yes, I know there's some existing problems Westview Drive east of where you're planning on putting those houses in now. If you've got off-street parking on Westview Drive, you have a problem with two-way traffic at that point. And Harney Road, when you come out Harney Road, you have to turn west at that intersection so you can see what's coming down the road before you make that turn, or you're going to get put in a trap. The other thing is there are residences east of this development that have, what I've been told, some severe water problems in the back of their houses. And I don't know if this thing is gonna be constructed in such a way that relieves their problems up there or not, or make their problems worse. I don't know.
Well, we're not in a position to make the problems worse. We have to
I
comply.
hope not.
Yeah, we have to comply with some pretty stringent stormwater management regulations. So we'll be tying in anywhere the project is, the water's actually leaving the property, we'll probably be tying in by swales with storm drains and then conveying it to a stormwater management facility. And I'm not aware of any of the problems that exist today. If I'm aware of them and they can be rectified during the design process, I mean, that's something that's, you know, depending on what it is, I mean, we may be solving some of that problem, but I don't know specifically what you're referring to. The Planning Commission, as far as you referenced off-street parking, the Planning Commission, during their recommendation for this project to the board, asked us if we would sign to put no parking signs along the road frontage of Westview Drive. And that was agreeable.
On both sides?
They only requested on one side.
But would you be willing to do it on both?
I mean, my client's saying yes. And she'll actually be taking the stand as well, so you'll have opportunity.
I missed that. Widening the road, did you say?
No, ma'am, put no parking signs to keep people from parking on the side of
Westview.
Westview, that's correct. The width of the road is adequate to handle the traffic. And we looked at the intersections, and I understand there's some perceived concern or reality concern. But what happens is during the site plan process, I mean, we believe there's safe access. Now, when we go through that, we'll be dealing with the Planning Commission. We have the traffic engineer, and he'll be here testifying as well, and he may be able to address some your concerns further if I can't. But we will be, if there's something there that's inadequate as far as an intersection, we had to modify it. It would show up in the traffic study based on the counts and so on, and we would have to be required to do something through the site plan process.
Another question? Yes, ma'am, against the wall?
Yes, Westview, coming out, if we would have to put a light there, and we would have to have a light at, Harney Road, that's a very short space in there. It looks like that would cause a problem, because you don't have enough space for cars to back up on Harney Road coming off of, Baltimore. So there wouldn't be enough space for cars to back up at a light.
Are you referring to if there's a light in this location?
Yes, and a light there.
Well, the only light would end up being in this location, I believe, if there were to be one. And that's going to be up to the state. And the traffic engineer can speak to that much better than I can. This particular project here has also another access point or exit point, which is over in this location, which also exceeds sight distance both ways to adequately exit and access the community.
And what is that space there? What is that road there?
That's a private road. That's a private road. That's a private road that accesses the community we're proposing, along with the existing multifamily structure that's currently there.
So who would own that road?
That would be privately maintained by this community.
By the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Schaefer, I don't know, do you have a specific order that your witnesses are coming up, or might Mr. Nick Dribbin be able to address things sooner than later?
I did have a specific order, but I was thinking the same thing. It sounds like Nick Dribbin's time is now.
Okay, let me, are there any more questions about the general layout for Mr. Hackett?
Have two.
Okay, yes.
I'm Carrie Stottlemyre. I'd like to know how many parking spaces per unit,
Two.
so there won't be any parties or anything.
I'm sure there will be.
Chris Tillman, I have a question regarding the dumpsters. There are only two dumpsters, so I assume one on one side of Westview and one in the area on the other side of Westview.
That's correct.
So it'll probably be back, and I could not see the post from where I was, but they'll be up in the, back in the corner, the far corners of the lots on both sides.
No,
You can
sir.
step around the corner and take a
I can
look.
show you. I'll point to it if you don't mind. The one we have proposed in this location,
Okay.
and then the other one is right in there. And that's set because so the truck can actually pull in and back out rather easy on the angle.
Understood, but my question is, the person who lives in this house here, having to drag their trash all the way up there, and you really think that's gonna happen all the time?
Yes, I do.
Other questions about the general layout? Yes, ma'am.
Question about the process of the maintaining of the housing. Is that now or not right now?
We have
Already discussed
Bethany
that.
Hooper will testify at length
Yes.
about that. the
Okay.
assistant property manager.
Okay, sounds good. So if that's not answered adequately after she comes up, then please ask again. We're good. We okay to let Mr. Hackett step away, and we'll go with, yes, ma'am, a question.
I hate to dwell on this, but you say there's two places, two parking places per home. That will usually mean, not always, two people living in the home that have to work. So that means two cars. So both of those places will be taken up by the homeowner, right?
That's-
That can certainly happen, yes,
When the
ma'am.
mother comes to visit the grandchildren, where does she park?
If,
You can park at the public municipal area and get carted over.
what I'd like to do, if I could,
Public municipal area.
In, right around here, right behind the town building.
Right, yeah.
That's what I would do for my lovely mum.
And they have to pay for it, yeah.
Go ahead.
what we filed for the special exception for the parking, because this is the time to do it in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals under parking regulations for this use. I'd like to defer that answer because I think Ms. Aniga, the developer, can address it because they're the ones that do these projects all day and every day and understand what the parking needs are. And actually, my understanding is two of them is more than adequate to accommodate who's having a get-together this day and so on, the averages. So I'm going to defer that to her.
We understand the skepticism, but we do have additional testimony on that specific issue.
Okay. All right, so let's, if we could bring up Mr. Nick Dribbin for the traffic study.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hackett.
Nick, once you get out your traffic studies and let's mark one. May I be excused to grab a drink of water while he's there?
I think there's a dispenser.
Does he want to sit down at
Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. Forgot my bottle of water today, and I'm afraid to drink out of my daughter's. Mr. Driven, state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Nick Dribbin with Lenhart Traffic Consultants. We are 645 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Severna Park, 21146.
Nick, describe to the board a little bit about your background and experience in the traffic engineering industry.
Yes, I'm a professional engineer as well as a professional traffic operations engineer. I have 12 years of experience doing traffic impact studies, traffic modeling and operations, traffic safety evaluations, and an array of other traffic studies.
Where'd you go to school, Nick?
Penn State University, Bachelor's of Civil Engineering.
And then what you do after that?
I was with a firm called STV Incorporated for about 9 years, and then working on traffic projects and transportation planning projects. And subsequent to that, I was with the Maryland State Highway Administration for almost 2 years, where I was the lead TIS, Traffic Impact Study Reviewer, for various areas throughout the state, including Carroll County. And I'm currently employed with Lenhart Traffic for the last 2 years.
And have you qualified as an expert in traffic engineering in front of the Montgomery County zoning hearing examiner?
I have.
All right. Have you testified as an expert in front of the Prince George's County Planning Board, the Charles County Planning Commission, and the St. Mary's County Planning Commission?
I have.
I'd like to ask that Mr. Driven be qualified as an expert in the area of traffic engineering.
We accept that.
Did we put his? I'd like to show you your resume, which has been marked applicant's exhibit number 3 or 4? 4. Applicant's exhibit number 4. Is that an accurate description of your background and experience, as well as some representative projects you've worked on?
It is.
All right, I'd like to offer that in evidence as my number 4. All right, Mr. Driven, were you asked to prepare a traffic impact study in connection with this development?
Yes.
And what is a traffic impact study?
A traffic impact study is a study for a specific development that evaluates that development's impact on the surrounding transportation network, and within the context of the existing roads and other planned development that may be occurring in the area.
Do you just decide for yourself what you're going to study and how you're going to, and what methodology you're going to do in preparing your traffic impact study?
No, there are standards that are laid out by various agencies, including the Maryland State Highway Administration, Carroll County, and then the city of Taneytown has adequate public facility standards that are applicable to a traffic impact study.
Right. And are you familiar with the State Highway Administration in Carroll County requisites for traffic studies?
Yes.
Do they tell you what kind of methodology to use?
They do, yes.
All right, and tell the board a little bit about the methodologies that you use.
So for any given traffic impact study, we go out to the area and review the property itself, and then we evaluate the network of roads surrounding the property to understand where traffic is likely to move to in order to determine the study intersections. Once we determine the study intersections, we perform turning movement counts. So we look at the number of vehicles going in each direction at each intersection.
Let's stop for a minute.
Yep.
The first thing you do is take a look at the intersections at or near the project, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, which intersections did you study?
In this case, we had 5 study intersections. So we have Maryland 140 at Maryland 194, which is Baltimore at York. We have Maryland 140 at Harner Road. We have Harney Road, excuse me. Harney at Westview, and then the 2 site driveways along Westview were our 5 study intersections.
Now, you heard a question from a board member earlier about a traffic light. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's talk about that right now. If one wanted to put if a developer wanted to put a traffic light in, would the developer be able to do that?
So there are national standards that govern where a traffic light can be installed. They're governed by the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is a national manual that's also utilized by the Maryland State Highway Administration and accepted broadly. And within the MUTCD, which is the abbreviation for the manual, there are 9 traffic signal warrants. And in order for a traffic signal to be installed at a given location, one of those warrants has to be met. So the warrants are based on, 2 of them are based on traffic volumes, so based on the turning movement counts that we look at each intersection. Some of them are one of them is based on proximity to other signals. There's one for pedestrian volume, but primarily the ones that are looked at are the volume warrants, traffic volume warrants.
So you can't, so you have to meet one of those warrants in order to put a traffic light on a state highway, correct?
On a state highway or really any road, most agencies, all agencies kind of require the METCD warrant be met.
For instance, all of Carroll County has 1 or 2 traffic signals that are not state highways, is that correct?
That is correct.
All the traffic signals are in, except for, I think, the one on Ridge Road by Carrolltown Shopping Center, are state highway warrant situations, right?
Correct.
Did you study this to see if there was a warrant?
We have not reviewed the warrants here, but based on my knowledge of the volumes, I think it's unlikely that the warrants would be met, particularly at Westview and Harney.
Well, how about Harney and 140? You have any idea there?
I think it's unlikely that the warrants would be met, but without running the analysis, we can't know for sure.
There's almost no way, would it be fair to say?
The volumes are very low, so I would think it very unlikely. There's almost no way.
The state highway does not like traffic lights, do they?
They try to avoid them generally unless there's a pressing need for it. So even in cases where warrants are barely met or just above the minimal level, they sometimes will or oftentimes will decline to install a signal at those locations. It has to be a very high volume intersection generally for there to be a signal installed.
But if there was a desire to put one here, you do a warrant study, right?
Correct.
And
Yes.
then you have that study reviewed by the State Highway Administration, correct?
Correct.
And then if they said there's a warrant there, then there could be one put there.
Correct.
And then you talk about who pays for it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's get back to your traffic study here. You studied those 5 intersections you said, right?
Yes.
What does it mean to study them? What did you do to study them? Did you take actual traffic counts?
We did.
Right. What's that mean?
So we go out there and we look at what's called the peak hours. So in the morning it's typically from 6 to 9 a.m. And in the evening 4 to 7 p.m. And we count the volume of traffic turning left, going right, going through from each direction at each intersection, and then we determine from that the single highest hour of volume during both the AM and the PM.
You
hour.
actually count?
We actually count every car. Yes.
You hire people to do that?
We do it in-house.
How do you do it in-house? You hire people in-house and send them out there to count?
Correct. We also, at some locations, we'll take videos of the intersection that's out all day or over the course of multiple days, and then we bring those back and count the videos in the office.
And are there rules for how you take those counts?
Yes.
What are the rules?
Again, we focus on the peak hours, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the morning, 4 to 7 in the evening, and we have to make sure that we've got every car. That's the reason we have videos.
You can't count them on Sunday morning, can you, Nick?
That's correct. So yes.
When do you have to count them?
So the counts are conducted on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays. It has to be not a holiday weekend. We're trying to get, and the agencies require that we have sort of typical traffic conditions. So, Friday conditions, people may be leaving early or, not at work. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are, according to State Highway and Carroll County, are considered the typical traffic days.
It also has to be when school's in session.
When school's, yes, correct.
So, in other words, the rules are that you follow to get an accurate, real-life count of the cars that go through a particular intersection, correct?
Yes.
And where they turn?
Yep.
And you did that here?
We did.
Okay. And is that count reflected in your traffic study?
It is. The counts themselves are included in the appendix, and the summary of the peak hour volumes are included on Exhibit 2 of the traffic study, okay. Exhibit 3 of the traffic study.
So in your industry, it's sort of been decided that you're not going to worry about 1, 2, 3 in the afternoon in order to figure. You're going to try to look at the worst possible time periods, correct?
Correct.
That's peak AM and peak PM, correct?
Correct. We want to know when the heaviest volume of traffic is on the road so we can properly gauge the impact of the development.
And it's possible, is it not, that peak time could vary a little bit from area to area, correct? It might be 5 to 6 in one area and might be 4:30 to 5:30 in another area. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So you have to look at that and get the real peak,
Yes,
correct?
and that's why we get a 3-hour increment during the AM and a 3-hour increment during the PM, so that we can ensure that we have that peak.
Okay, what do you do with those counts once you get them?
So those counts are compiled to evaluate what's called existing conditions, which is exactly, what's on the road today. So based on the traffic volumes that we have, as well as lane configurations, so at a particular intersection, is there a separate left turn lane, or is all the traffic in the same lane going left through and right? So we evaluate based primarily on those two things, as well as the traffic control. So obviously,
So you get an existing conditions picture, right?
yes.
Then, do you then look at the proposed, do you take into account the proposed development you're doing the traffic study for?
We do, but there's one step in between that.
Go ahead, tell me
So,
what it is.
so between existing conditions and looking at the proposed development itself, we have what's called the background condition. The background condition looks at primarily two things. One is any other specific developments that are approved in the area. And the second thing is what's called regional growth or background growth, which accounts for general growth along roadways that may not be tied to a specific development, but that, if something is happening, say in Gettysburg or miles down the road, that we're making sure that that's accounted for through the background growth.
So in other words, background, if somebody filed a preliminary plan for 58 single-family units, a half-mile back Harney Road from here, and you would find out about that, would you not?
Yes.
And you would find out about that by calling Taneytown and seeing if they had such a preliminary plan on file, right?
Yes.
And then what would you do when you found out about that?
So when we know what specific developments exist and where they're located, we determine, based on what we're told, what the size of that development and type of that development is. And using that, we apply with what are called trip generation rates. So these are nationally mandated rates from the Institute for Transportation Engineers. They have a document called the Trip Generation Manual. And not to get into too much detail, but essentially for any land use, I may have already gone into too much detail, but
Not for me.
But essentially any land use, whether it's a hotel or residential or a McDonald's, is included in this trip generation manual, and there's a rate for, based on the size or the number of units, how many trips.
Do you know off the top of your head what the trip generation manual is for a single-family residential?
It's an equation. So it
comes out to 6 trips per day or 12 trips per day or what?
It's a logarithmic equation, so it depends on the
so
size.
You get a number, and what's that number supposed to represent?
So that number represents, the Trip Generation Manual is a compilation of studies that have been performed throughout the country on similar types of developments. So that number is the average, or is the average of the number of trips that are generated by those developments based on their size. So a residential development of 1,000 units obviously generates more trips than a residential development of 10 units.
Age-restricted 55 and older would have a lower trip generation figure, correct?
Correct.
Because historically, the people know that it's lower.
Correct.
Because they don't have, well, never mind. Never mind. And so you take that figure, background traffic, and you add those trips in, don't you?
Correct, yes.
Do you add any other trips in?
So I mentioned the growth factor. Again, that accounts for traffic that's coming from not specifically known developments, but just general regional growth, and it's sort of to account, it's a conservative number that's applied to account for anything that might be missed on the local area or just broader patterns.
Did you apply that here?
Yes, in this case, it's typically based on a review of the growth over the last 10 years along area roads, which is available from the Maryland State Highway Administration. We looked at Maryland 140 as well as Maryland 194, and over the last 10 years, the growth along those has been about 0.6% per year. We applied a growth rate in this case of 3% for 2 years, just in order to provide a more conservative analysis of, of traffic that
And
might
that
get
would
there.
account, for instance, if the state of Pennsylvania would develop a military installation up there, presumably that 3% would kind of count for the extra trips that's going to send through.
Correct.
So you applied all those?
Correct, yes.
And what happens then?
So those volumes of traffic, the trips that are generated specifically by the development, as well as the regional background traffic, are applied on top of our existing traffic volumes based on the patterns occurring in the field and on the roadway network. And we develop then our final background, what's called the background condition volumes that we then use for our analysis.
Okay, and then what do you do then? You figure out how many trips are going to go into which intersection, correct?
Correct, yes.
And when you do that, how do you figure out if somebody's coming out of one of these units, if it's developed, how do you figure out whether they're going to go right or left?
So we look at the existing counts, and based on the patterns that exist at each intersection, we kind of match those generally, as well as looking at uses in the area. So if there's a business district or something that's going to attract people to it, then we will account for that as well in our how we assign the trips to the road.
So then you assign a certain number of trips to certain intersections, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you assign most of the trips to the Harney Road 140 intersection, right?
Correct.
Because you presume most of the trips, some would make a left and go, or depending on which edge you're coming from, and go up to Gettysburg, but most would go down to the Harney Road 140 intersection, correct?
Correct.
And does your report show that in it?
It does, yes.
What page is that on?
That is on Exhibit 6 on page 14.
And just generally explain what that shows in one. You don't have to explain everything on there, but just give an example. What page is it again?
It's page 14. So this shows the study network that we included. It's got the 5 intersections that I noted earlier, and in the blue boxes are percentages, and those percentages represent the percentage of traffic that would be traveling to that portion of the traffic network, of the roadway network. And so based on those percentages, which are again based on existing travel patterns as well as regional land uses, we then assign the specific number of trips to, for instance, I think everybody's looking at this. So for instance, coming out of Westview onto Harney, there's 10% that would go north on Harney Road, and generally the remainder of the traffic funnels to the south to 140 to either go east or west on 140. So based on the percentages that you see at each sort of end of the network, we assign those trips, and then they obviously flow through the network until they reach the end of the sort of study network we have of intersections.
All right, so now you've figured out, or at least you've surmised, how many trips are going to go into those intersections as a result of this development?
Yes.
And background traffic and existing?
Correct.
Background and growth factor, right?
Correct.
All right. And what do you do then? Do you look at the function of the intersection itself?
We do.
Explain how that works.
So there are, based on the jurisdiction, there are several different standards and methodologies that can be applied to review the volumes at each intersection. In this case, Carroll County looks at what's called the critical lane volume methodology, which is a more kind of simple sketch method, but it's based on the volumes and, as I mentioned, the lane configuration. So is there a separate left turn lane, a separate right turn lane, stop control, traffic light. So we looked at it with the critical lane volume methodology.
And that's designed to be a statistical picture of the function of the intersection, correct?
Correct. It's a standard methodology that's laid out in traffic engineering manuals. It's accepted by the State Highway Administration, by Carroll County, and it's a standard methodology.
For instance, if there were a traffic light, which there is at one of the intersections you talked about, right, is the York Road?
Yes.
You would look at whether or not you had to wait one light or two lights to get through that intersection, correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
So that's the critical lane volume methodology. The other methodology that we use is called the Highway Capacity Manual. Again, this is a national standard. It's equation based on research of delay tolerance, essentially human factors at intersections.
Did you use both of them here?
We did, yes.
Oh, okay. Did you use both of them?
We used both, yes.
And so go ahead from there. What do you do when you look at those intersections and you evaluate the effect of the trips on those intersections?
So with each methodology, we run the three scenarios that I've discussed, which are the existing conditions, the background conditions, which accounts for everything that's existing, anything that's coming in that's not the development, as well as the regional growth, and then total condition, which is the sum of those two plus the specific trips for this development. And we run each of those scenarios through the CLV and through the HCM equations, and from that we produce what's called a level of service. Level of service is the accepted, nationally accepted, locally accepted standard for how an intersection is performing. So level of service A is considered to be operating.
Well, you don't really produce that level of service, do you? There is an existing level of service at those intersections, is that correct?
Correct.
And who calculates that level of service? Who produces that level of service?
It comes from the equation, so it's based again on the number of lanes, the traffic volume, and the type of traffic control.
So it's a mathematical calculation.
Correct.
And it comes out with what are the levels of service? A through F? Or?
Yes, A through F. So A is acceptable. Generally, F obviously is bad, but depending on the jurisdiction, there are different cutoffs for what's considered acceptable operations and what's not.
For instance, certain jurisdictions might say level of service C or worse is no good here, right?
Correct.
And what's the standard in Carroll County and the state highway?
State highway in Carroll County is level service D. The city of Taneytown is level service A or B along intersections that are not state highway operated, and level service C along state highway intersections.
And what was the result you came up with when you took the trips and applied them to those intersections? Were the level of services still in accordance with the published codes?
They were.
You have a chart in there specifically. Can you just tell us what the result was? And by the way, Nick, if an intersection's current level, let's say a Taneytown interior, one of the intersections you studied is level service B today, right? You would know that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you would put your trips into that, right?
Correct.
And then you would look to see if that changed that level of service to a C, correct?
Correct.
And if it did, you'd go, uh-oh, right? What would you do then?
So going from a B to a C isn't necessarily an uh-oh. The uh-oh is more if an intersection begins to exceed what's considered acceptable. So in this case, in the city of Taneytown, a C along a state highway is considered to be operating acceptably, and then A's and B's along the local roads are acceptable. So as long as we're within those thresholds, then it's.
Well, are you within those in here?
Yes.
With all those intersections you studied?
Yes.
Based on all those background trips and all that stuff?
Yes.
And by the by, if you might not say, uh-oh, you didn't like that word, I know, but you would then say, are there ways to mitigate this, right?
Correct.
Could I stripe this differently?
Correct.
Could I add a turn lane, correct?
Correct.
And then you would look at that and you would propose to the municipality, hey, my traffic study shows that I'm changing the level of service here, but if I do this and I'll pay for it, I can meet your standard, correct?
Correct.
And that's not the case here, right?
That's correct. And that's one of the things that, if there was a failing intersection where a traffic signal warrant study might be triggered to at least look at whether whether a signal is needed. And I would just note that the results of the level of service, so kind of the conclusion of the traffic study, are on page 16, which is Exhibit 8 of the study.
And, okay, can you just briefly go down that and show, and tell them what it shows for the, let's
Yes.
just do the morning peak hour. If obviously we're willing to, I want to, well,
Sure. So if you're looking at the column labeled morning peak hour, which is on the left side, all 5 of the intersections are labeled from top to bottom. And going across from there, we've got the existing level of service and delay at that intersection. So the number with the decimal is the delay that an average vehicle at that intersection experiences. And then next to existing is background, and then to the right of that is the total, which is with the site itself. So you can see how at each intersection the site specifically impacts the delay that an average vehicle experiences.
and is it your testimony here today that based on the study you performed and that's summarized or that's stated in Exhibit 3, that these, is that right?
That's not rendered.
Yeah, is that all the studied intersections meet or exceed the published standards for State Highway Administration, Carroll County, and the City of Taneytown?
They do.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Driven. I'd like to introduce his traffic report in as my applicant's Exhibit 3.
Mr. Driven, a question for you, sir.
Yes.
And my apologies to the engineering aspect. I tried to go old school, basic, rudimentary math. So if I ballpark the information on page 23 with the 85th percentile, 33rd percentile in the range, estimated about 1.5 cars per dwelling. And then I take a look at those percentages in which I ballpark between 60 and 70% of the traffic would be going towards the 194 and 140 intersection. My estimate was about 32 to 38 cars.
That's sorry. The information on page 23 is related to parking for the site. There's a separate manual called the parking generation manual. It's an adjunct to the trip generation.
And that was my assumption, is
Yes.
let's say we have 1.5 cars per dwelling.
Yes.
Parked there.
Yes.
And let's say, this is all a bunch of big ifs.
Yeah.
If 1.5 cars went to work from each of those dwellings, then it would be, I'm just trying to give a tangible number, maybe it would be 32 to 38 cars, maybe approaching that 140 to 194 intersection, or is that just too off?
Well, no, I mean those are fair assumptions. The thing is that not all people are going to work at the same hour. So
that would be very conservative. That would be like,
Yeah. So this is the parking for the site, and that's overnight. The parking is looked at overnight for residential because that's when the majority of cars are parked there. Everybody's home asleep generally for the most part. The trip generation, again, is based on, it's a national manual. It's based on studies that have been done throughout the country that look specifically at the peak hour during the AM and the peak hour during the PM, where the most cars are leaving that development or coming back to that development. So you can't just look at the number of cars parked there and sort of make a blanket assumption that they're all traveling at the same time. The trip generation manual is more, it's empirical data, hundreds of sites throughout the country, and that's why we use that as our peak hour volumes, the basis for our peak hour volumes.
Yeah, my apologies. I was going to wait to cover parking with him. I thought we were going to be on traffic, but he did do a parking study. Can I ask him a couple questions about that?
If you'd like, it seemed, I mean, there's a nice summary on page 23, I think, but I mean, do we need to say more than 1.5 cars?
Yeah, did you do a parking study?
We did.
And what is entailed in doing your parking study?
So as I noted, the parking study is based on the parking generation manual. It's a document published by the Institute for Transportation Engineers, and it looks at parking demand. So again, sites throughout the country, separate numbers for residential versus a hotel versus a McDonald's. But what is the peak parking demand for that site? And is
that ITE manual, is that generally accepted in your industry?
Yes.
Is that accepted across the United States?
Yes.
Is that a new manual, or has that been around for a while?
It's been around. We're on the 5th edition, comes out later this month, and The first 4 have been out for years.
And is that a manual that gets updated based on experience?
Yes.
What kind of experience?
These are empirical studies that are conducted throughout the country. They're actually people that go to sites and count the number of units there, residential units, and then the corresponding number of vehicles that are parked on that site.
So if, for instance, in year 1, the manual says an apartment complex is two parking spaces per unit, and then experientially, people start finding out that that's not enough, does the manual change the next year?
Yes.
They actually go out and count?
They do, yes.
Okay. So what you do here?
So we used that manual, and we looked at, for residential units, what the equation was for parking demand at those locations. In this case, the equation is 1.26 times the number of units plus 9. So for 36 units, that equates to 55 spaces that would be the typical demand.
And then page 23, which the chairman was asking you about, what's that show?
So page 23 is the actual page from the parking generation manual, and it shows kind of a summary of that data, and it's what we use to perform our analysis.
I'm sorry, that's all I have for him.
Any questions from the board about the traffic
Yes.
study or the park study?
A couple. You said you were Penn State?
Yes.
You gotta be okay. My
Appreciate
son
that.
went there. But despite that.
I knew there was a but coming.
I was involved a couple of years ago. We had a streetscape project here in town, nightmare. But the nightmare got over, and we heard all these traffic reports, and we're wonderful, we're A's, we're B's. And the other night, I'm coming down from Littlestown. I think this was last week, probably on a Thursday evening. And I come to the traffic light up here at the square, and I waited 3 traffic lights to finally be able to turn. Now, I can remember the state telling us, it's marvelous. You don't need anything here. You don't need a left turn signal, right turn signal. No, I'm going to flow right through. Every time I come through there, especially if some of the companies are just leaving out from work, you'll sit there 3 times, maybe even 4. That's what worries me about Harney Road. Now, I know we're A, B, C, whatever we are, but I can just see someone pulling at it. And Larry brought this up real well. When you come out of Harney Road, if you really want to see to come out on 140, you have to turn west, or you can't see. It's just that miserable there. And I know your hands are tied. You're working with this marvelous statistics that they throw at us all the time. But the statistics do not make that intersection safe, regardless of what they say. So that's still my big problem here.
Well, I would note a couple things with relation to that. So first of all, we talked a little bit about the site trip generation, and one thing that I didn't specifically detail is on page 13 of the study. So that is the trip generation for the site itself. Again, this is based on the ITE trip generation rates, and 36 units would be expected to generate 18 peak hour trips during the morning and 24 peak hour trips during the evening. Those are very low volumes of trips, especially relative to the volume of traffic that's already on the roadway. And especially when you consider that not all of those vehicles are going the same direction. So some of the vehicles are coming from the site, some are going to the site, some are turning north on 140, some are turning south. It ends up with, if you turn back to the trip assignment page on page 14, really this site is only adding a maximum of looks like a range of maybe 8 to 10 vehicles to any given intersection in the scheme of hundreds that pass through there during each peak hour. So
well, that's a wonderful thing that On paper, it's indicating that. But that still doesn't make that intersection out there safe.
But is that the development's fault? I mean, if it's an existing
So we
condition,
throw in the development, we're putting more people out there, that's going to make it safer?
I think what I'm getting at is that the development's impact, the volume of traffic that's being generated by this development is very low and would be negligible in the scheme of traffic that's already
It still
out
doesn't
there.
make it safe.
Okay.
Now, there's one other thing here I'd like to bring up. There's another parcel of land out there, just kind of across the street and up just a bit towards Harney, that eventually will come into town as a development, I think. And we're not right there at this point, but has that been considered?
We considered the Meads Crossing as a
No,
specific
I'm
background.
not talking about Meads Crossing,
And
I'm talking on Harney Road.
yes,
Are you referring to the Sewell property?
Yeah.
You did not take into account the Sewell property, did you?
we did not, but we do have 6% background growth, which is well above what's occurred out there over the years. That kind of accounts for that exact type of thing, future development.
Did you say the growth that you had noted earlier was 0.6 and y'all went 6%?
The growth that we noted was 0.6 per year, and we went 6% over 2 years, 3% per year for 2 years. Yes.
You have traffic coming out of Westview Lane. Those are one-way roads, or one-car roads, coming out onto 194. If you come out through Mr. McCarron's driveway there, you'll see one car can come through. Westview's a one-way. It's not a one-way listed, but there's one car on that road.
I agree.
Yeah, you can't put two cars on that road. And off-street parking on 194 makes it very difficult to come out that area visibility-wise, because about 100 yards up, you have a peak in the road. The road dips and you come up, and it comes up very quick on that road. I live on that road, so I know that traffic comes down quite a bit. We used to hear Jim, I think you hear the trucks braking at night, it's, hitting the brake, they're coming down so fast. So the concern I have is on that, in and out of that access there, and also for safety, pulling out of that road.
May I ask him a question in light of those questions?
Yes.
Excuse me 1 second. Mr. Driven, you're not a zoning guy, but I'm going to tell you this land's zoned R7500, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to surmise to you that Mr. Hackett just whispered in my ear that you could probably fit 12, 14 single families on there under the R7500 zoning.
Okay.
Okay? Now, and that would not be required to go through this board for a special exception, I'll tell you. That would be a permitted use in the zone, assuming you could meet the other requirements. Now, would single families have a trip generation figure associated with them?
Yes.
Would it be slightly higher than these multifamilies?
Yes.
And would you do the same study and show trips going on to these intersections?
Yes.
Thank you.
You did not personally come here and study the traffic at all these intersections you were talking about? The number of cars that pass through from 4 to 7?
Did I personally come here?
Yes.
Yes, I visited the site
And you counted the cars?
I set up the cameras and I was part of the counts in the office, yes.
And the number of cars came back to you on film, or what videos you took? Cameras from the cameras?
Yes.
Can you tell me how many days you did this?
We collected it over 1 day, which is the standard that any agency, state highway, Carroll County would accept as standard practice. Again, those are typical traffic days when school is in session. It's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to make sure we capture.
But you did 1 day?
We did 1 day, correct.
All right. So it comes down to theorems and logarithms and equations and numbers.
Well, there has to be some basis for us to perform our analyses on,
and you reach a decision based on these numbers and letters. on
Yes.
that equation?
Yes, that is the standard that is nationally accepted, locally accepted, and accepted by the Maryland State Highway Administration. As well as the town, the city of Taneytown has a requirement that's based on level of service. So we evaluate per those requirements.
Understand.
Questions from the room? Yes, ma'am.
Again. From what I'm hearing, after you did all your statistics, it's not a high enough count that the state would put a light there.
It's unlikely that the state would put a
And
light
if
there.
we requested, if somebody requested one, it's unlikely that the state would approve putting a light there.
That's based on the volumes. I think it would be unlikely, yes. But it doesn't, there's nothing that says you can't request something from the state. And I mean, they will study it if you make that request.
Does the state make exceptions due to fatalities or accidents in that area?
There is a warrant that covers safety. It requires that 5 accidents that are correctable by a traffic light have occurred within the past year. So it's a pretty high standard to be met.
In the back, on the back wall, there was a question, I believe.
Meads Crossing, yes, that was the background development.
Both be using the same intersection.
Yes, that's included in our study.
And the impact of that traffic study has caused downtown businesses to lose several very valuable parking places which will impact our downtown business area. Is that included in your study?
The impacts on the roadway network of the Meads Crossing development were included in terms of our analysis, looking at the intersection performance. We did include the development that's occurring at Meads Crossing, yes. We are working on behalf of the developer.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions for you. In your analysis, did you make any analysis on traffic that would be turning to go up the hill on Westview to try to come out onto York Street?
Yes.
How many of the vehicles coming out of the development, the proposed development, would go up over the hill there to try to come out on York Street, in your opinion?
So based on the volumes that are out there in our analysis, again, this is a very low trip generator overall. So the total number of trips is relatively low. And specifically to that intersection, we had 1 vehicle.
So in the morning, when vehicles are stacked up a half a mile coming back from the intersection of 140 and 194, people are going to go ahead and come out onto Harney Road and make the left turn there, which should be an easy enough left turn, and then get to the Harney and Baltimore Street and try to make that left turn, which is not as easy a left turn, and then sit in the traffic going to the light through several turns of that light, instead of going up over the hill to Westview and coming down York Street. You really think that that's what's not going to happen? You spoke of the impatience factor earlier. As many of these people in here have said, and I can certainly attest to, Westview is a very, very narrow street, and there is on-street parking on York Street on both sides. And to try to come out of that, and it is barely a vehicle wide, and to try to come out of that and make that right turn, is very, very difficult. Very few cars do it today, mainly because there's little traffic back there to warrant it. But if you create an environment where suddenly now you have a lot more traffic that wants to go that way, and I know you think that maybe another 18 cars, which is almost a laughable figure, is it a small impact? It only takes 1 to have a fatality. And, you know, as we sit in the back there and, you know, how many people have to die before you get a traffic light? When you, apparently 5 is the number. You know, I just don't see, you don't live here. You came here once. You look at traffic studies on video. You don't come up here at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and spend, you know, 5 minutes trying to get up York Street in the last 3 blocks of York Street, wait through 4 or 5 turns of the light, like we do. You know, and then, so you propose a development with 3 times the density of what would normally be allowed there, which is what you just said a few minutes ago. Under the R7500, you would have maybe 12 houses. You're proposing 36 residents. You know, to say that the impact on traffic numerically, yeah, it's a very small impact numerically, but I think that I don't believe that it has been totally accounted for in terms of what where the traffic is going to go. Because if I'm you know, living there now, I can see where I would go up over the hill to try to get to the intersection as opposed to trying to go out and go up Baltimore Street. And the same thing coming home. And frankly, those streets just aren't going to take that kind of traffic. You add, it doesn't take very many more cars on those streets to create a tremendous issue. I do have a question also about, you know, it is hard to question without having the background on the equations to know. But out of a development of 36 homes, you're saying that there are going to be 18 peak hour vehicle trips. I find that hard to believe on its face.
I'm going to interrupt just for a second. For the sake of civility, this is just a personal thing for me. We have a professional who is talking about statistics, so it's not him doing these things to us. He's reporting out information. So if we cannot go ad hominem with the arguments and talk in general about your concerns, I appreciate your passion, but let's try to keep it off the individual. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, if I could also interject, at this point, I believe we're also entertaining questions and not comment. So
exactly. We need to keep
I'm sorry,
these to questions.
I did devolve into commentary because it did follow up off on my questions. I'll save the rest of it for commentary period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question, sir? Yes.
I did a quick research just on the internet on the average per capita of cars in the U.S. Are you aware of that figure?
I'm not.
It's 2.3, with over 33% of households have 3 cars. So we're talking 36 households, and say 10 of them are going to have 3 cars. More of the cars in the car.
So are those single family homes that may have on average how many inhabitants? Because we're looking at a single. Okay, because we're looking at single bedrooms, so we shouldn't make the assumption that they're all families. So I hear your number. Anyway, just, can you repeat that stat, please? How many are single bedroom versus double versus triple?
Jessica.
4 singles? And then we're 6 doubles? Okay. So just want to throw that was kind of apples and oranges, you know, typically, okay. Okay.
I don't understand clarification though. There's 4 units that ain't have.
There'll be 4 one-bedrooms, 6 two-bedrooms, and 26 three-bedrooms.
Okay, so we'll roll out the 4 homes that will probably only have 1 car parked there. So that brings you down to 32, or the number of families that will have multiple residents. And are you going to have, when their children become of driving age, will their driving age child park their car?
Well, the bottom line is we've proposed a certain number of spaces. We think they're adequate. You obviously disagree, but that's
I've
where
been
we
way
are.
back in the city, back from when they had row house developments that they allowed 2 at that time. They had tremendous parking issues, which they have today. And that's what increased the parking to having 3 in the zoning regulations, was to eliminate that type of argument and that type of problems with parking. Back in the 70s when they were doing those houses.
I can tell you that we're going to have
this
active
kind of
property
housing.
management here that will be aware of and on top of parking, and you'll hear.
But there's no overflow parking. You're proposing to eliminate parking or rescue drive for parking.
We're proposing a certain number of spaces. You disagree, you don't think there's enough, but I don't know where to go with it.
Statistics for my.
So is he.
I would just note that, you know, the data that we're looking at is based on studies of this specific type of development conducted throughout the country, and the actual number of vehicles, that vehicular demand for parking at those locations. So it's very tailored to what's being proposed here.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Rhonda Bean, Taneytown. I have a quick question. So how did you pick the times, and what were the exact times when you sat and did the survey, in the morning and in the evening?
So the times are based on agency requirements. We want to make sure that we find the high, based on those requirements, the highest single hour during the AM period and the highest single hour during the PM peak period. In order to do that, we collect data between 6 and 9 o'clock in the morning and 4 and 7 in the evening.
I work with construction and highway. I also am a contractor for the state, so I'm aware of the road regulations. And because we are so far out in Taneytown, I've also stood out on this road, and I leave early. So there were mornings when I did stand out there at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the Dunkin' Donuts opens up at 4:30, and peak time is like 4 or 5 to 6. I mean, way before 6. So I just wanted to know
The volume,
that.
so
What's your evening time?
we are from 4 to 7 in the evening. The volumes, we have the volumes
Time started in the evening?
4 p.m. to 7 p.m.
4?
Correct.
I'm not sure what time the VAPCO gets out, but that's got a lot of employees. And they also build another section on the other side of the road, so I'm sure they have a lot of employees, and they come right into that intersection. That's all I wanted to say.
In cases where we start our count at 6 in the morning, and we note that the peak hour starts right at 6, we'll actually go out and collect data before that so that we know that we haven't missed it. In this case, the AM peak hour was from 7 to 8 a.m. and the PM was from 4:30 to 5:30, so it fell squarely within the range, and you can see how the volumes increase up to that point.
What page is that, Nick?
This is, I'm just looking at the count for 194 at 140, which is on page 25 of the study.
So how did you get that ahead of time if you only came out one day?
The times that we count are standard times. If it's 6 to 9, 4 to 7, if we find that the peak is on the beginning of that, so we come out, we count those times, we digest that data, and if we find that the volume is the highest at the very beginning or the very end of one of those peaks, then we'll come back out and extend the duration that we count for. We did. We counted those times, and
Don't only answer one.
Yes, ma'am.
What day of the week, what was the date of this traffic study done? And was school in session at that time, or was it a snow day or a delayed opening?
the counts were conducted on a Thursday, and school was in session that day.
What was the date?
Thursday, December 20th.
The 20th. Jesus.
Christmas break started the following week, so this year it was of 2018. Yes.
Any other questions from the floor? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, everybody, take your seats, please. We're going to go into round 2. Request for everybody who has remained in the room, please no side conversations. That's distracting for those people who are presenting, as well as me with my ADHD listening, so my apologies. And we are still in the question mode, so please pose questions to witnesses, not statements or declarations. We will get to that after our zoning administrator, Mr. Wieprecht, is able to report out. So, Mr. Schaefer, your next witness.
Thank you. Call Bethany Hooper. Bethany, right here. Bethany, could you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Bethany Hooper. I'm with Humphrey Management, and we're located at 10220 Old Columbia Road in Columbia, Maryland.
All right, Bethany, you've been here since the beginning of this hearing, have you not?
Yes.
And even though I forgot it, you heard the town attorney say that everybody that testifies is testifying under oath, correct?
Correct.
Nick Driven, are you still in the room? When you testified, did you testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
All right. And do you testify, are you testifying to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, what's your role in this project?
Oh, my company has been retained as the property manager for the property if it is to go forward.
All right. Do you have experience in property management?
I do. I've been with the company for 30 years, and we do property management in a 4-state area. We manage 6,600 units in Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania.
How many units?
6,600.
Okay, how long have you been with them?
30 years.
And you're a principal in that company?
I am.
Do you oversee, how many employees do you have?
We have roughly 250 employees.
And describe, if this project is approved, you have already been retained, or there's an agreement that you will be the property management company, right?
Correct.
Have you worked with Foundation and Jessica Zuniga before on other projects?
Yes, I have.
Are they projects like this, mixes of uses, et cetera?
Yes.
What would you do as a property manager, or what would your firm do as a property manager if this were approved and up on the ground operating?
Okay, we are involved right now, just in design and working through how the property would operate and expenses, but once the property is under construction, we get back involved about 6 months before it opens in developing sort of the marketing plan for the community, logo, design, what kind of marketing materials would be involved, and then about 3 months before the property opens, we would hire the manager and the maintenance professional. And we would also start our marketing process and application process for the property.
What would be the role of the manager and the maintenance professional?
The manager does the marketing, they do the applications, they verify incomes, they do the lease signing, they go over the rules and regs, they make sure that the unit is prepared for when the resident moves in. They are the ones that process the work orders and manage the time of the maintenance professional that would be on site, work on capital improvement projects, the budget, and continual marketing and leasing.
Okay, did you say you would hire a manager for this project?
We would hire a manager that would work for this project and another property most likely.
Okay. And do you manage other properties in the Taneytown, Frederick area?
We have a number of properties in the area. We don't have any right in Taneytown, but we have 2 in Emmitsburg, 1 in Waynesboro, 2 in Frederick, 2 in Eldersburg, 1 in Sykesville, 1 over the mountain in Hagerstown.
Okay. Now, would this manager be on site several days a week?
Yes, they would, and the maintenance person would be on site. We would have somebody on site every day of the week, 5 days a week, business days.
Is there room for an office space on this project?
Yes, there's a community center that includes an office for the manager and a shop for the maintenance professional.
Now, what does the community building serve? How does that work?
That's an area for residents to gather. It's a place that the manager can bring in services for residents, whether we're doing our services depend on the community itself and the makeup of the residents that are living in the community, but examples would be if there's a homework club for the kids after school, or we have we'll partner with other organizations that will come in and give a class on different topics, whether it's a computer class, how to buy insurance class, any kind of financial planning class, so different activities for the residents.
And would the manager's job, part of the manager's job, be to manage the leasing of the units?
Yes.
And would the manager conduct the background? What would the manager do in connection with leasing the project?
All of our prospective residents have to go through a credit check, criminal background check. They also do landlord references. We check on the sex offender registry.
Can you all hear her? She's soft-spoken.
Yeah, she is.
Sorry.
You speak right into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So to reiterate what the leasing process is once we have a prospect that's applied for a home, we go through a credit check, a criminal background check, we do a landlord reference, and we check the sex offender registries.
Do you also verify the household income?
Yes, we do.
situation? And Jessica Zuniga is going to testify more about the household income part of this, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right. And as part of, are people required to, if they qualify, are they required to sign a written lease?
Yes, they have to. Our lease package includes the lease, a number of different addendums. The properties are typically non-smoking. If we have a pet policy, they'll sign that. And then we've got the house rules and regs.
Okay. Is part of what the manager does regulate the parking situation on the property?
Yes, they would verify. I mean, they would verify who's living on the property and what parking can be used for.
In your experience with other, do you have experience with other? I think you did testify with other projects like this.
Yes, we do.
And do you have projects with more than 2 spaces per unit?
To my knowledge, I don't have any projects with more than 2 spaces per unit.
Is it your experience that 2 spaces per unit is enough to service these sorts of units?
It has been my experience that 2 spaces is enough.
And are the units you're talking about the similar units? Not age restricted, 1, 2, 3 bedroom type units?
Yes, a multifamily community with 1, 2s, and 3s.
And have you had any instances where you've had to assign parking spaces or sorts of things like that?
Yes, we've had to do that sometimes.
Do you do that every time, or do you
No.
do it when it's a problem?
Only when it's a problem.
Do you have community rules and regulations that you attach to the lease?
Yes, they are part of the lease.
Right. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as the applicant's Exhibit 5. Can you back these up? And what is that?
These are, it's a sample of the community rules and regulations addendum that we attach to every one of our leases in Maryland.
Obviously, I don't want you to read it, but can you just give us some highlights? What sorts of things does your property manager ensure is followed in a community like this?
First, that the rent is paid. I mean, that definitely comes first. Then
Speak up.
Okay. Rent payment is the first thing. The unit itself is maintained. We maintain the large components, but we go through what the resident is responsible for maintaining in their room, in their apartment home.
Let me stop you there. You say large components.
Yes.
Is somebody that pays the rent, do they have to paint the exterior?
No.
Do they paint the interior?
No.
Do they fix the roof?
No.
Do they they cut the lawn?
No.
Do they remove snow?
No.
Do they maintain the bushes?
No.
Okay. Now, interior-wise, what are they responsible for?
We provide them with the light bulbs in their unit, but then if they burn out during their lease term, they're supposed to change their own light bulbs. They're responsible for keeping the refrigerators, the stoves clean so we don't have grease fires or mold issues. They're responsible for notifying us of any kind of issue with anything within the home, especially any kind of water issue within the home, so we can address it immediately before it becomes a much larger issue.
I noticed, for instance, number 15 in here is garbage removal. Is that monitored by the manager?
Yes, it is.
So somebody earlier today brought up a possible situation where somebody doesn't want to walk to the dumpster area.
That would be a lease violation, and we do go through trash to find out whose trash has been left so that we can issue the violations where we need to issue the violations. We talk quiet hours is listed in the rules and regs. Trash removal is how common areas are supposed to be maintained if the residents are using the common areas, whether or not they can have grills, and if they can, how far they have to be from the buildings.
Do you regulate, like if somebody buy a vintage car and store it in one of the parking spaces?
No, not likely. Pets, the regulations for pets would be in here, but there would also be a pet addendum depending on if they have pets. Smoking regulations are in here. If we have there's regulations that have to do with any disability units, if a unit is actually designated for disabled, how those are supposed to be maintained.
Do you have any program where you inspect the interior of the premises?
Yes, our manager's required to inspect the premises once every year, fully inspect the premises once every year. The maintenance professional actually does quarterly preventive maintenance, so they're going into the unit once a quarter to perform their preventive maintenance. And then the state itself, depending on who the lender is on the community and the investor, they have their own inspection requirements, so they are also inspecting the property every year.
And do you keep track of the names of the lessees and the inhabitants?
Yes, that's on. We have the names of the lessees, and anybody that's a member of their household would be on the lease and in our system.
Right. And do you allow people that are not on the lease or not listed as a household member to live there?
No, they can visit, but there are restrictions on the period of someone staying with a resident.
If you would notice, for instance, a particular tenant that seemed to have 4 cars or 3 cars, would that be something you could address if it were a parking issue?
If it were a parking issue, yes.
And how would the maintenance person be on the premises 24/7?
No, they would not.
How's that work? They show up there every day, every other day, or?
We would have someone, either the maintenance person or the community manager, on site every day. And we actually have an 800 number for emergency call. And with those properties that I mentioned in the area, our maintenance professionals rotate call. So probably with our Emmetsburg properties, and possibly Frederick, we would rotate call among the maintenance professionals that live in those areas, along with the person that is responsible for Taneytown.
It's nice to have an economy of scale like that,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, definitely.
Bear with me 1 second, please. I'd like to offer are these community rules and regulations, that's a draft, these could vary in some minor ways, correct?
In some minor ways, yes. But that is our standard rules and regs for the state of Maryland.
I'd like to offer those in as my applicant's exhibit 5, please.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the tax credit financing program that Jessica Zuniga is going to talk about in a minute?
Yes, I am.
Right. And is part of your role to make sure that this development complies with the rules for tax credit financing?
Yes, it is.
Is that where the lender comes into play, among others?
Yes, the state, the tax credit is regulated by the state, as is the loan funds, I believe, also are too. Not on this one. So no loan funds, just the tax credits. The state's involved in those.
Okay. So they look over your shoulder also, correct?
Yes, they do.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Any questions from up here?
Go ahead.
The criteria, you mentioned you did the credit check.
Mm-hmm.
What's your criteria on that? You go by a FICO score, or what are you using?
It's a combination of factors. I actually don't know all the factors that go into it. It's done by TransUnion, and they determine the factors based on credit score as one of the items, but there are a couple of other items that go in there too.
So a person could have tough credit
And
get a unit.
it would be challenging for them too. No, I doubt that.
And tell me about, you said any offenses against them. Have you ever put anybody in any of your units that have had misdemeanors or felonies?
There are certain misdemeanors, probably. We don't screen for all the misdemeanors. And there are a couple of felonies, from what I understand, that are not part of the criminal background check.
And sex offenders?
Sex offenders we check for.
Do you put sex offenders in units?
Not to my knowledge.
You mentioned a community center.
Yes.
What was that in reference to? Is there going to be a community center? Or
Yes, there is a community center on there. I don't know the dimensions,
Okay.
but there is
All
a
right.
community center on
Is
there.
that just for those residents?
Yes, it is.
No one else can go to the community center
Well, we
but
would,
the residents?
we would bring services in for the
I
residents,
understand.
yes.
But I couldn't go to their community center.
Not unless you were invited by the resident,
I understand.
yes.
Garbage, back to garbage.
Yes.
Where do they keep their personal garbage cans that they're going to put into the dumpster?
Their personal
Yeah.
garbage cans would be in their unit, in their kitchen, in their bathroom.
No, I'm talking about garbage cans.
They won't have those.
Okay.
They'll have their kitchen garbage can, their bathroom garbage, and then they will take it to the trash receptacles that we provide in those 2 locations.
How?
They carry them.
In bags?
Yes.
So we don't have any big rubber blue
No.
cans sitting about?
No, we don't.
Laundry. Is there going to be a laundry room for everybody to use, or are they going to have washers and dryers in their apartments?
I believe this is individual washers and dryers right, in their units.
And does the manager check on how many people are living?
Yes, they
in each
definitely
unit?
do.
And how often does the manager there?
Well,
Did you
like I
say
said-
maybe once a week?
No, the manager's going to be there a couple of days a week, and the service manager's going to be there a couple of days a week, so that we have coverage 5 days a week.
They have an office, they don't live there.
Correct.
What does a maintenance guy do there so often?
First off, they're cleaning the grounds, making sure that the grounds are kept up and that any of the exteriors are clean, light bulbs are working. And then they're also doing the preventive maintenance on our HVAC units, appliances, doing their quarterly preventive maintenance inspections inside the units.
Does this maintenance person also do the lawns and then do
I will probably contract out the lawns.
contract that?
Yeah.
So there won't be big machinery sitting there that he's using?
No. Mm-mm. But there is a small maintenance shop in the back of the community building where he will have his tools.
Yeah, we're not talking tractors and...
No.
What do you think this rules will be about pets? You did mention dogs and cats and things. What do you think this will be? What will be, may they have dogs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We have not discussed the specific pet policy for this property, but pets, yes.
I see that motorcycles aren't allowed in the apartments.
No, not inside them.
Will they be in one of the parking?
They would have to be in one of the
two parking areas?
And we will allow them to be in the front of a car if, share the parking spot, if the parking spots are large enough to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Rebo?
Yeah, a couple of questions. In Emmitsburg, what are your properties up there?
Lincoln on the Park and Seton Village. Lincoln on the Park and Seton Village.
Lincoln on the Park, where is that?
It's behind, it's off the main street behind,
Down behind the pool?
yes,
That's for senior citizens, isn't
yes, it is.
Okay, kudos to you because my wife has an aunt that had lived up there. She just passed away. And that's one of the best run places I have ever seen. I was hoping you would say that, but so.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. That is something we do need, definitely. And the other thing, are we sure that this has happened to this town a number of times before. You're managing this and everything is going to go very well, I'm sure, but you won't leave us at any time because that has happened. But can we be sure that you're not?
As long as Jessica and I are working together, yes, we will be here.
Okay, that becomes a sore point with anybody that's been here for a while and anyone that's been on council, because we have run into this more than once, and we want to make sure you're going to be stable and be there.
Well, aren't you, I mean, you're
I
great.
know, but I might go away.
But
yeah.
you could go away, but under the program, property management is required
Yeah.
by the program, whether it's Bethany or James, somebody
true.
else.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, they do, the program does require professional management.
That's it.
Questions from the room? Gentleman in the maroon?
D. Jeffries. Heard all the thing about garbage, and I think we established 2 areas, 2 dumpsters. Have any provisions been made for recycling?
Yeah, we would do that. We are required to do that.
So that would be
In the same area.
additional containers from the 2 dumpsters for trash.
Yes, but it would be in the same area,
Okay.
in the same enclosure.
Just didn't hear anything about recycling.
Yes. Yeah, we do that, and we're required to do that.
Where would the unit owners keep their, or the lease?
In their unit,
In their unit with
until
the
they
trash?
take it to the dumpster, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Joel Altman. 2 questions. We talked about pets a moment ago. Will there be limitations on numbers of domestic animals in the home?
We usually have some limitation on the number of animals, and we usually have a size and breed limit on the dogs.
Okay. And the other question I had is, will these be furnished units?
No, they will not.
Thank you.
Will they have appliances?
Yes, they will have appliances.
Woman in the back with the telephone.
You mentioned verifying income. At what level are the minimums and maximums of that income for each unit?
Do you know, Bethany, Jessica Zuniga is going to testify next, and she is the developer, and she can answer that question.
Are you okay if we defer that question to the next witness, ma'am?
Can I ask my next question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are the other properties that you manage, that your company manages, also income-limited properties, and how do you maintain and manage those?
The majority of the properties that we manage have some form of limitation, income limitation or rent limitation on them, but not all of them. We do market rate housing as well. And our standards are the same no matter what we manage.
So would this be your first complete income-limited property?
No, not at all.
But this property is entirely income-limited. Is this your first income-limited property?
No, it's not entirely income limited.
I think it's
And which 5 days are the maintenance people and the property management on site? You mentioned that they're there all week, and then you mentioned that
No, they
they're
never
5
said.
days a week, and you mentioned they're there a few days a week, so which is it? And
5 business days? I'm sorry, 5 business days.
Which
Monday through Friday.
So not there on the weekends, on Saturday and Sunday?
Correct.
Thank you. And 9 to 5, or are they there extended hours? Because things break after hours.
We will decide the hours as we get closer. Those haven't been decided yet. Sometimes we will have an after-hours office time 1 day a week, just for the convenience of the residents. But we have 24/7 maintenance hotline for emergencies.
Yes, ma'am.
Will there be a limit on the people on each size apartment? If it's 1, 2, 3 bedroom, will there be a limit on the amount of people who can live in that unit?
Yes, there will. Depending on the size of the unit, yes, there will.
Yes, sir.
I understand this is a long-term venture. How long is it? Are we talking 30 years? And if so, what happens at the end of the 30 years?
Can I let Jessica? I think Jessica's better to answer
Do you
that.
know the answer, or is Jessica?
I think Jessica's
Zuniga
better to answer that.
Will I be able to answer that question? Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it state law that you can have 2 occupants per bedroom? So theoretically, in a 3-bedroom unit, you can have 6 people, which might be 4 children going to school.
I believe that's true. Yes, we follow whatever the state guideline is.
There could be
Or the local jurisdiction if it's more limiting, whatever the most limiting factor is in the area in which we're in.
Other questions from the floor? Okay. So are we ready to move on, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Call Jessica Zuniga.
Thank you, Bethany.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jessica, state your name and address for the record, please.
Jessica Zuniga, 10220 Old Columbia Road, Suite M, Columbia, Maryland, 21046.
Okay. Jessica, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in your testimony here today?
I do.
Okay. Tell the board briefly a little bit about yourself and your experience in the development business, and specifically in the development of tax credit financing projects.
So I graduated from the College of William & Mary with a bachelor's in public policy and also a bachelor's in sociology. From there, I moved to Northern Virginia to start grad school, and I worked for a company called the Mills Corporation, which is the owner and developer of Arundel Mills, as well as many other shopping malls. And from there, I decided, well, I'd rather be a real estate developer than continue grad school. So I took a job with a company named Penrose Properties, which is actually one of the largest affordable housing specializing in tax credit developers in the country. So I was based out of their Philadelphia office, working in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. From there, I went to a company based in Delaware that did land development and also affordable housing. And there I worked in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. And then about 7 years ago, I was moved to Maryland by Conifer Realty, which is also a very large affordable housing developer, owner, and construction company, management company and construction company. And I ran their Maryland office, primarily doing work here in Maryland.
All right. And now you are a principal in foundation, in the applicant here today, which is Foundation Development?
That's correct.
All right. And can you explain the tax credit financing program that this project will operate under? And let me specifically ask you at the beginning, this is 36 units. Did I accurately describe them as 4 one-bedrooms, 6 two-bedrooms, and 26 three-bedrooms?
Yes, you did.
All right. And are they all income eligible units?
No, there are 4 that would be market rate, so they'd be available to anybody of any income.
Now, explain the tax credit financing program that you are operating under.
Okay. So the tax credit program, the housing tax credit program, is actually an Internal Revenue Service program. So it actually came out of the Reagan tax reform that was done in the 80s. And so this was really a shift in moving away from, I'll say, government, subsidized housing, right? So the idea was that private developers would create housing. And the tax credit would be used, it's a federal tax credit. Every state is allocated a number of tax credits per capita, so they are there. The Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development does the allocation and managing of those tax credit resources here. So what happens is a developer goes and designs a project and picks a site and competes for those tax credits. So we are awarded those tax credits, a very competitive process.
So once you pick your site, you then put an application in to the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what happens then?
Then if you are selected, you are awarded tax credits, and then we sell those to an investor who is going to provide the equity in exchange for those tax credits for us to develop the project.
Well, but let's talk a little bit about what's involved in getting selected once you file that application with the Maryland Housing and Community Development Department.
So
you compete with others?
You do compete with others, and to give you an idea of how competitive it is, in the past few rounds they've received over 40 applications and only 20 have been funded. So
what do they look at in order to rank you and fund you?
They are looking for experienced teams, both in development, architecture, management company, and construction companies.
Do they look at the particular piece of ground that you apply for?
Yes, they do.
And what kind of construction do they look at?
Well, they are interested in long-term, to answer the question earlier, so we are required to own and maintain this as income-restricted housing for 40 years by the program. So they are very interested in seeing that we are building, also attractive, but, low maintenance, highly durable materials. We're building with, hardy plank, brick, stone. We're not doing vinyl. We are using very high energy standards. Most of our buildings are Energy Star certified. They meet LEED or National Green Building Standards, so they're also high-performing buildings. So we are judged based on how attractive they are, how many of those types of criteria we can add, architectural features, the durable exterior materials, how they fit in with the context of the community as well. So, taking into context, our neighbors, the neighboring properties. They are looking for places where there are good schools, there are employment opportunities, access to transportation, which this site would also have, and that we're also consistent with the comprehensive plan or community plans that might be in place.
Now, tax credits are dollar-for-dollar reductions in the amount somebody has to pay the IRS for their income taxes, correct?
That's correct.
If you do your 1040 and it comes out, you owe $70,000 in taxes this year, and you have a $10,000 tax credit, you only have to send a check in for $60,000, correct?
Yes.
So explain how that works here. Do you get tax credits in order to develop these if you develop these projects?
No, we don't get the tax credits. So what we do is we are awarded the tax credits, and then we sell them in exchange for the equity.
Well, you get them because you sell them.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And who do you sell them to?
We sell them primarily, there's a market for tax credits, and it is primarily large banks and large corporations.
People, institutions with a lot of income at the bottom of their tax,
That's
or a lot of tax
Liability.
liability at the bottom of their form, right?
That's right.
All right. And what do you do with the money you get from that? What are you required to do with that money?
We are required to put it into the construction costs and the development costs of the buildings.
And to participate in the program, what are your obligations regarding income eligibility on those 32 out of 36 units?
So the program requires that we rent to households that make 60% of the area median income or below.
So what's that, round figures, what's that work out to for this Baltimore Metro or the Taneytown area?
In the Baltimore metro area, which Taneytown and Carroll County are part of for the purposes of this, that would be as much as $66,000. So the bulk of our units would really be income eligible between about $40,000 and $60,000. So that is going to be our majority resident base.
So when Joe and Mary call Bethany and apply, and they say, I hear you've got this new project, I'm interested, what happens when they come into the office for their interview?
So they fill out an application. They're given a sheet that does talk about what the income criteria are, and it also talks about some of the screening information that Bethany mentioned. And then they submit an application, and they go through a preliminary review to see if they fit the income criteria.
You look at tax returns?
Yes.
You require tax returns?
Yes.
So they have to have income, is that right?
Yes.
Right. And if they have an income of below 66,000, they're now maybe eligible, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a household income, correct?
Yes.
So if one person works, it's one. If two of them make 35 apiece, they're over the 66, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have somebody with a household income of 55,000, for instance, what happens now?
So then they would be moved on to the
And
next.
assume they do the background, assume they
Right.
pass the background check and everything like that.
Okay, so they've been processed then, and their income has been reviewed. So they would, once they've passed their interview, and they've also passed all the criteria that Bethany spoke about, then they would be presented with a one-year lease.
Okay. And but part of the program is that you're required to offer them a rental rate
Yes,
that is also based on the Baltimore metro area, right?
that's right.
And in this instance, the average rental for the income restricted 32 units would be about $940 a month?
That's correct.
Now, it would vary based on one bedroom, three bedroom,
Right.
correct?
That's right.
Okay. So now they're in, and they're living there. And Mary gets a job. She didn't have a job when she first applied. Only one of them had a job. What happens then?
Then Mary would have to report that they've had a change in their income, and she'd have to report her income.
And how's that, is it up to 150%? Then you tell me,
Well, that is, so let's say that you have a household where everybody's working and somebody gets a promotion. In that case, you're not penalized for increasing your income or for doing better, right? So you could stay without a change to your household composition, for example. So if you were a single woman and you got married and your husband was introduced into the unit, then you'd have to re-income verify, right? Because now you've changed your household composition. But if you were a couple and somebody gets a promotion and you've already been income verified as two people, then you're not required to leave because you've now exceeded the income restrictions. So you are actually able to stay.
but it is possible to income yourself out of eligibility for this, right?
You can, yes.
And if that happens, you give them some notice and,
Yes, but it would have to be over 150% of the area median income. So we're talking in this area roughly about $150,000 would have to be the income.
so they have to jump pretty good in order to be out. once
Right,
they're in.
and we do have a few market rate units, so we would have the option to move them there if that fit for their desire and for their household size.
Right. Now, once that rental is set, let's say it's $900. That's in the lease.
Yes.
And it's signed and everything. Are the leases one-year leases?
Yes.
Okay. And does the government pay any part of that $900?
No, there is no rental subsidy
Okay. That money is paid by the person
by the person, yes.
or not.
Well, or not, right, in which case they won't live there very long, but yes, yes.
We talked a little bit about the community building, but there's been some questions about it. It is going to be private, correct? Or it
Yes.
be confined to the people
community.
that live there?
That's right.
Correct. Will the dog park, there's a small dog park shown on there, and is that a dog walking area?
Yes,
And will that be also the responsibility of the property manager?
yes, it will.
Have you worked with Bethany Hooper and her company on other projects over the past several years?
Yes, I have.
You're requesting a special exception on the parking. Instead of 3-to-1, you're asking to go to 2-to-1.
Yes.
What's that based on?
It's based on experience.
Well, elucidate.
Okay. Well, I will say that I have never developed a community that has more than 2 parking spaces per unit. I kind of looked through the history of the things that I've done, and I found a community that I thought was a really great example to compare to this. And it was a townhouse community that I did in Cecil County, just outside of Northeast, so it's a pretty rural area. There's no public transportation. And a lot of the townhouses were 3 bedrooms, and I think we even had a few 4 bedrooms, whereas we do have some 2s and some 1s here, and they're flat units, which would lend you to believe that you would have a smaller household size. And we had 1.7 cars there per unit. That's what we had.
How do you know that?
Because we counted them.
For what purpose?
Well, so we also had, residents typically register their cars as well. So when you move in, you give a list of your license plates. You know, in the event that we do need to hire a towing service or things, we already have that data. Or if somebody has a car that hasn't moved for 2 months, you can kind of decide whose car it is or whatnot. So there's a policing system that's already in place. So we had the number that residents had reported, and then we also counted as well.
Okay.
Frankly, for a meeting much like this, and trying to talk about the parking that we had across the portfolio.
Well, that's not the only other property that you tried to get an apples to apples when you looked at that one, correct?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
not on public transportation,
Right.
Similar or more.
Units, larger unit
larger
sizes,
units.
larger types of units, yes.
But you also have developed other mixed unit income eligible properties, correct?
Yes.
You have one in Frederick, don't you?
Yes.
Now that's in sort of
It
the
is.
the urban area?
It is in downtown Frederick in the historic district between West Patrick Street and West South Street. That's actually in the parking overlay. Frederick has a downtown parking overlay. The site was split zoned, so it had relief for half of the parking, and then the other half was based on code. And it was 71 units with 48 parking spaces.
Okay. Now, there was a suggestion made during the Planning Commission meeting. There was some concern expressed about parking on Westview Street.
Yes.
correct? And did you agree that you would stripe that or put no parking signs as appropriate?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you, what would happen if you had a project where there were parking problems, where people were parking, double parking, or parking out on Westview despite the signs? Would you know about that?
Yes,
How? Through your property manager?
through property manager.
All right. And would you have ways to deal with that?
Yes.
How would you deal with it?
Well, I think there's a number of ways you can deal with it. I mean, if it's no parking, then obviously they could be reported, and the city could also ticket those cars. If we're in a public street, which is what Westview would be.
Do you have the ability to figure out the number of cars somebody has when they lease the space?
Yes, yes.
Do you have the ability to keep track of the cars as they buy 2 or 3 more of them over the years?
Yes.
And do you have the ability to enforce regulations if necessary?
Yes. And if we did have a parking problem, then with prospective residents, we would say to them that we have a 2-car limit, for example, in which case they need to decide as a family if that is an acceptable, thing for them. If they have more than 2 cars, then this might not be the place for them.
That'd be at lease, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's plenty of places where when you go to lease, they go, this has, you can lease this condo, but there's no parking space with it, right?
That's right.
Or this comes with 1 parking space,
Right.
correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, the people the banks, for instance, that buy these tax credits, they're relying on you to operate this property in conformance with the IRS and Department of Housing and Community Regulations, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Do they care whether or not you comply with those regulations?
Very much so,
Why?
because their tax credits will be recaptured.
Okay. Now, is that a 3-year period?
It's actually a 10-year period.
Okay. So for 10 years, if you violate the criteria, they could lose their tax credit that they paid for, right?
That's correct.
Do they have you sign any documents that when they purchase these tax credits that protect them in any ways?
Yes, they do.
They hire lawyers and everything, right?
Yes.
Right.
They're very scary documents.
Because we're talking some real money here, aren't we?
Yes, you are. In this particular case, it'll be very close to $12 million.
And that will allow you to build a structure that you wouldn't otherwise be able to build and charge these rentals, right?
That's correct.
If you didn't have those tax credits and these were market rate, would it be $1,800 a month for some of these units?
Yes, we would probably not be pursuing it because the market doesn't indicate that we could get those types of rents here.
All right. Now, you mentioned 40 years. Where's that come from?
So the tax credit program has a mandatory 15-year period, and the state of Maryland has added on an extended use period, which we see in pretty much every state now. So the state of Maryland has essentially enhanced that, so that their period is 40 years.
All right. And then after 15 years under the Maryland program, are you eligible to apply for additional tax credit financing to do rehabilitation, in new appliances, interior renovations, floors, carpets, kitchens and stuff?
That's correct. So after 15 years, we are able to reapply for the same financing so that we can maintain the community by having a great deal of money infused to do some major capital improvements.
You're not required to do that, are you?
You're not required to do that, no.
So somebody just did that with the Locust House in Westminster, did they not? You familiar with it?
I think so, yes. I think that's an enterprise project.
That's a building that's been there for many, many years, and
That's right.
that was the Enterprise Fund?
I believe so.
Do you know I think Marty already testified that you envision signage at the Westview entrance points, is that correct?
Yes.
What kind of signage? I mean, would it be a monument sign? Would it be a small sign that just identified the community?
Yes.
You You've reviewed at least briefly the Taneytown sign regulations, correct?
Yes,
And would those signs be in conformance with those regulations?
they would, yes.
Do you understand that even if you get this approval, you will then be subject to going through the site plan review process through the Taneytown Planning Commission?
Yes,
Do you understand that the Old Town design standards would apply?
yes, we do.
And you believe you're easily capable of meeting those?
Yes,
Have you hired an architect to design this project and these units?
we have.
Is he here tonight?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And he will testify tonight. Okay, is there anything else you'd like to say to the board, that kind of, oh, one more thing. Did you do a market study before you undertook this, or during the time period you applied for this, et cetera?
Yes, we did. We were required to.
All right. And what did that market study indicate that there would be a need for these kind of units?
Yes.
Have you looked at the Taneytown master plan in terms of what that plan found about median household incomes, et cetera?
Yes, I have.
Just refer to the sections that talk about it.
So page 26 in the 2010 Community Comprehensive Plan uses 2000 census statistics, and it said the majority of households have an average income ranging between $20,000 and $74,999, with the largest number falling between $50,000 and $59,999, which is also consistent with what we found with our market study as well.
And does that tell you, or that your likely tenants will be from the Taneytown area?
Yes.
How about page 93, the second page? What did the master plan say? Here. What did the master plan say about that?
The majority of existing rental units, which was about 80.8%, fell into the $300 to $749 range, with a median contract rent of $493.
Now, admittedly, that's, I think, the 2010 plan, and the census figures were the 2000 census figures, correct?
That's right.
Thank you. You have anything else you'd like to say to the board tonight?
No, thank you for your time.
Any questions from the board? Any questions from the floor? Yes, ma'am.
I want to clarify something on the tax credit. You said there were $12 billion in tax credits, which you sold us some money.
That is the proceeds from the sale.
Okay, so I'm not sure about this. Do you still pay property taxes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This has nothing to do with our tax obligation, the tax obligation associated with the rental community, or any tax obligations or fees. And we have stipulated before Planning Commission that we will not ask for a payment in lieu of taxes in regards to real estate taxes, and we will not ask for any fee waivers.
Okay, so any taxes that would go to schools, you still pay those?
Yes, ma'am.
For the children who are living in the
The impact fees and everything, yes, ma'am. We pay anything that another real estate development would pay.
Along the back wall?
You mentioned that your target market is coming from Taneytown?
Yes.
From within the city limits? So
Well,
these are
I
people
didn't
who are
say
already, well,
that. I didn't say that. So
your
I can define what our market study says, what was provided in the 2010 comprehensive plan based on my reading. Again, I didn't do the Taneytown comprehensive plan, but I understood that to be specific to Taneytown. So that's the information that I just read.
so you're basing your marketing strategy on what you've read in a nearly 10-year plan,
No, I'm basing my market strategy on the market study that we have.
and that says that you plan to retain people within Taneytown within these new developments, correct?
I can tell you what the primary market area was for our market study, which has not been discussed tonight.
And what is your marketing plan for these units, and how do you, besides income level, who are you going after? Who's gonna live in these units, and how are they gonna get to work if they only have one car per family?
Well, I suspect based based on my experience, that 90% of our residents will come from the local zip code. That is what I have historically seen.
You need to make sure
Yep.
everybody
Okay.
hears you, but, did everybody hear that?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you say that again?
I expect, based on my experience, that about 90% of our residents will come from the local zip code.
Local zip code is what you said.
Yes, yes.
And what will happen to all of the units that are then vacated? If they're coming from within the
Ma'am, I can't hear you. Can you?
Yeah, and I don't
Come
understand how
up.
to answer that. Carmen, I don't know how to answer that. I have an answer for that. I'm afraid that's it.
Sharon Tillman, I'm the owner of George's on York Bed and Breakfast in Taneytown on York Street. And I am asking what will happen to the vacated units that all of the people who are planning to move into these new apartments, what will happen to those units that are currently in Taneytown and available for people to move into?
Well, the market study that we had, and obviously I can't speak to the existing product other than what I've read in our market study. So our market study has surveyed what I would call essentially the western part of the county, right? So Union Bridge, Taneytown, New Windsor, and the western side of Westminster. And there has not been any new construction, professionally managed rental communities built that are not age restricted in the last 25 years. Okay, so there is a pent-up demand for rental, is the way, I'm repeating what is in our market study. There's a pent-up demand for rental, and that is listed at about 189 households, not taking into account our development, which would make that number closer to 225.
And what about the empty rentals that are in Taneytown currently? Are we considering those as we consider this proposal? And what's already on the market? Thank you.
Question, has there been a study on the impact of the school system? We have a community going out 194 here with 300 or 400 homes, and we're looking to add this. And Taneytown Elementary would be the only school that would be able to, it's not a very big school, I don't know if you've been in it, but it's a very small school. What study's been done, how that's gonna impact the classroom, the education that the children will be receiving, being able to handle the influx of children, because there will be children in these homes.
Well, my understanding is that the feeder schools for this development, that they're all open, that they do have capacity.
Now, are you basing that on any study that you have recently, or is that just the understanding that you understand, or are you basing that on any data, or?
That'd probably be from Carroll County Public Schools, just like FCPS. We have restricted schools and then we have open schools based on population.
That's what I'm using, yes. And, as I mentioned earlier, we will be also paying the impact fees, some of which are dedicated to schools as well. So,
Hi, Rhonda Bean again. So they pay a rent based on their income and their
no.
or their size and apartment size. What's included in that rent?
So water, sewer, and trash. And then obviously the maintenance that Bethany talked about, as far as all the grounds maintenance and, those things. Residents will pay their own electric and their own cable and telephone.
And have you done a study on Taneytown and what that entitles to include when you're paying water and sewer?
What, do I know what the water and sewer fees are for us?
No, Taneytown.
For Taneytown, yes. I mean, have we looked at the water and sewer rates in Taneytown? Yes. Yes, we have.
Any other questions from the floor?
Is there any rent that can go up over time for these tenants, or how is it prorated, or is it, how is that?
Yes,
So
it
say
can.
the sewer rates are, you get in the first year, you say, oh my God, the sewer rates are high, we need to raise rates. It's just what they're subject to whatever the current terms are, I would imagine.
Well, they are. I mean, we do have the ability to increase rents. So that is based on the incomes for the area. So I would say, for the Baltimore metro area over the past 3 to 5 years, that has done nothing but increase, which would also, it's sort of a standard of living. Unless we're in a recession, you historically see them increase every year. So that does give us the opportunity to increase our rents a bit as well.
We're good? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call Dennis Harner. Dennis, state your name and address for the record, please.
Dennis Harner, 3212 Harney Road, Taneytown.
Dennis, you've been here for the whole hearing tonight, have you not?
Yes.
And you're testifying under oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Dennis, how long, where'd you grow up?
Right there at that end of town.
Okay. And did your, how long has your family owned the property of which this property is a part?
Since 1912.
You are the current owner of the bulk of the property that this development is proposed for, correct?
My wife and I are, yes.
Okay, sorry, Mrs. Harner. I'm sure the check will be made out.
To her.
Now, Todd Herring, or an entity, owns a small piece of it, right?
Yes.
And there's another small piece owned by somebody else, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, this piece of ground is part of what was a 200-acre farm at one time, right?
It was 199.25 acres at one time. That's what my great-grandparents purchased.
All right, and your maternal side is where this came in, is that right?
Yes.
What was the name, family name?
Sobel.
All right. I'm showing you a deed. You and I have looked at this before, and you probably know what it is anyway. What is that?
That's the original deed to the farm.
And that's from Rheindaler to George R. Sobel and wife, correct?
Yes.
Dated April 1st, 1912. Is that right?
Right.
All right. I'd like to offer this into evidence as my number 6. Now, of that 199 acres, this is about, you have about 39 acres left?
Including this property, there's a little over, a fraction over 36 acres remaining on the farm.
All right. And it's split by Harney Road and then again by Westview Drive, correct?
Right.
And you live on the part of the ground that's on the, I guess it'd be the west side of Harney Road or the north side of Harney Road?
Yes.
Right. And how long have you lived there?
We've been there for going on 43 years.
All right. And does your mother still live in the area?
Yes, she does.
Where does she live?
Right across from the corner of Harney Road and 140.
Right across the street from right across 140 from this project?
Yes.
Does your daughter live in the area?
Yes, she does, right across the street beside my mother.
Do they own their houses?
Yes.
Do they rent their houses out?
No.
Do other houses along that area rent, are they rental houses?
Yes, there are.
Now, they're single family houses, but they're
Yes,
rental units,
but
right?
they're mostly rental units.
And is there one 6-unit rental property, sort of catty corner across the 140?
Yes, it was the original farmhouse to the farm that my great-grandparents bought.
All right. And then across Harney Road from you, just, I guess, north of this proposed project, is that a rental unit?
Yes.
And then Todd Herring's rental units are sort of tucked back in behind. We pointed them out. Have we
Yes, yes.
not? How many units are that? Do you know off the top of your head?
16.
All right. Now, I've talked to you. You've farmed most of your life, one way or another, have you not?
I've been involved with the farm all my life.
All right. And grew up on that farm?
Yes.
All right. Do you still farm?
Yes.
All right. And where do you farm? That piece of ground?
I farm that farm. We have 2 other farms out 140 at the west edge of Taneytown.
I won't get, okay. Describe the history of the area. I mean, during your 43 years, or actually You're older than 43, aren't you, Dennis?
Slightly.
So you've been in that area more than 43 years, right?
I've been there going on 65 years.
I'm glad I got that out of you. And so during that 65 years, have you witnessed any growth in the area?
Sure.
Generally describe it. I mean,
Well, it's been, most of the growth in that area has come off of my great-grandparents' farm. It's single-family homes, and there are duplexes on there, plus rental apartments.
has that made it easier or harder to farm that parcel piece of ground?
Certain things, it's made it more difficult, mostly because people don't show respect for other people's property. As far as traffic, I've put up with the traffic all my life.
Now, you've, at one point in time, well, strike that. You couldn't sell an agricultural easement or over this property even if you wanted to, could you?
Not without the state, the county, and the town agreeing to release it from their future growth area.
Okay, so the master plan puts you in the future growth area, right?
Right.
Congratulations. And you're zoned R7500, right?
Right there at the corner it is,
Right,
yes.
the piece we're talking
The
about.
piece we're talking about.
Now, it's different zoning across the street.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you go into the town and petition for that zoning, and ask for it?
No,
You didn't, it just happened?
it's what they put on it.
Have you ever pursued, or had a handshake with anybody to pursue any kind of commercial development on that area?
We had a couple interest in it. It was just a verbal discussion. They did approach the town, as far as I was told, about it, and the town at the time wouldn't change the zoning to allow it.
And so nothing came of it?
Nothing came out of it.
All right. Now, did you visit other developments that Foundation has done on the ground?
Yes, my wife and I both have.
Okay. And what did you observe? Which ones did you visit and what did you observe?
We went to the one in Frederick and the one up at Hagerstown, close to 81.
And what did you observe?
As far as the landscaping, there was only 3 properties in the Harney Road area that have landscaping that exceed what we saw at these properties. One's FlowServe, one is Steve Rock's property, and the other is Mike and Pat Martin's on down the Harney Road. Everybody else, the landscaping that Foundation has at their other management facilities meets or exceeds anything that anybody else has around the area down there.
Were they otherwise clean and well maintained?
You didn't see trash laying around, you didn't see toys and stuff laying all over the driveway or parking lot. There was people out walking around, both old and young, and the dumpsters were not overcrowded. There wasn't a bunch of bulk trash around them. It was all kept up very well.
Now, if this special exception request is approved and it goes through the site plan, do you plan to stay in the area?
We plan to stay there until we do have the rest of the farm for sale. And we plan to stay there until we sell the farm. But we're not moving but a mile away. I mean, my family's going to still be in the area, and we're just, because of my age, we're trying to cut back some.
Do you believe that this development, as it's been explained to you, is compatible with the area?
Yes, I do.
That's all I have for Mr. Harn.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, do you believe that the rentals in the area have enhanced your value of your property?
Existing rentals?
Correct.
I can't speak to that.
You know the condition of them,
Well, I can't speak to it because they've been rentals all my life. I mean, the one house the one duplex down there my grandparents owned, and they rented to family members. My father's father and mother lived in one, and our cousins lived in the other. They paid $40 a month rent. And that was why my grandfather, Sabo, decided to sell the property, because he didn't want to raise the rent on family. But there are rental properties in the area, and what they have planned here, after seeing some of their existing properties, should not be any worse than what's already there.
Any questions from the floor?
I've got one question.
Okay, go ahead.
As I'm looking at the map here, and I suspect you can answer that, I know you can. The couple of the properties there, Scott Wentz will keep his, correct?
Yes.
And then the other business that's in there will come down?
The other double house will come down.
Okay.
There's a lot on the corner of Westview Drive.
Right.
That my cousin owns. And Foundation has tried to contact him. He has talked to my mother if they were interested in it, and they haven't been able to get together. Ronnie was here tonight, and he left, but I guess he left. Oh, he's still back there. You know, so you could ask him whether he has, any interest in it or not.
But it's just showing as though that apartment or house rental property would come down.
The double house at the corner of Harney Road and Westview Drive is part of this project.
Okay.
And it will come down.
Yes, that's my understanding.
But Scott's will stay?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, thank you, sir.
Lisa Eckert? Lisa, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Lisa Eckert, Bitzel and Associates, Inc.
Again, speak up if you would.
I'm sorry. Lisa Eckert. I'm with Bitzel and Associates, Inc., 820 Littlestown Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
All right, Lisa, you're under oath here today. You swear to testify the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Right. Now, Lisa, what's your profession?
I'm a Maryland Certified General Real Estate Appraiser.
And did you start out working with Jerry Bitzel's, do you mind saying when?
1989.
And you sort of apprenticed under Jerry, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you subsequently acquire all the appraisal designations that really recognized in Maryland?
Yes.
And are you qualified to do commercial, industrial, and residential appraisals?
Yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert in front of various administrative bodies in Carroll County?
Yes, I have.
Have you been qualified as an expert in front of the Circuit Court for Carroll County?
Yes, I have.
And do you sit on the Carroll County Board of Zoning Appeals?
Yes, I'm Vice Chair.
Okay. And how long have you been on that board?
I was an alternate for roughly a year, I believe, and I've actually been a member for approximately 3 years now.
Now, this project has no relation to the Carroll County Board of Zoning Appeals, does it not?
No, it doesn't.
Or you wouldn't be here, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, have you been hired to take a look at this project and its potential effect on surrounding property values?
Yes.
And in the course of your job, profession of conducting appraisals, Do you customarily evaluate the effect that such projects or a particular project might have on an adjacent or nearby property's value?
Absolutely.
In fact, is that one of the main things you do?
Yes.
All right. Now, you've been here all night and heard about this project, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you've heard about this project before tonight, have you not?
That's correct.
And you've visited the site before tonight, correct?
Correct.
And you've discussed the layout of the project, correct?
Correct.
And you've heard tonight and heard before tonight how the project's managed, the tax credit financing program, et cetera, have you not?
Yes, I have.
I heard it tonight. Now, based on, do you believe that this development, if approved, would adversely affect surrounding property values?
No, I don't.
All right, could you just generally explain the basis for that conclusion?
You have my opinion, based on the character of the neighborhood, that this is actually an excellent location for this type of infill development. There's some single family in the neighborhood, there's some duplexes, and there's also multifamily. So based on the quality that's proposed for this project, the fact that management is going to be stringent, and there are all kind of requirements that are necessary to meet the tax credit financing component of this project, I think, if anything, it may enhance the value of this location. It's generally accepted appraisal theory of progression that if you have new development, if you have high quality development, if you have well-maintained development, that will positively impact values in the surrounding location.
Thank you. That's all I have for Ms. Ecker.
Board? Do you believe Taneytown has some stigmatism of being a low-income housing community in Carroll County? Since you're in Carroll County, what do you believe it has, that stigmatism of low-income housing in Taneytown?
I think Taneytown, I characterize Taneytown as having a mix of housing. So not necessarily, low income or subsidized housing. So no, I think that there's a complement of land uses within Taneytown.
Yeah, if you look at the reason people buy in out on 194, it's the property value is lower than in Westminster or in those areas, and they are electing to commute because the property value is termed to be lower in this community.
And I think you pegged the reason exactly why values are lower in this location. It's because of access to commuter corridors and neighborhood conveniences and those kinds of things. So while I, absolutely think that there is a healthy mix of housing types and styles in this location, with regard to access to, shopping malls, commuter corridors, those kinds of things, it's not as readily accessible as, say, Westminster is. And, Westminster relative to the Eldersburg area, typically Westminster's characterized as a lower value location, and I think part of the driving force for that in Taneytown is convenience.
So by putting that community there, you would be fulfilling this, possibly the stigmatism of a low-value community with homes that are already, as the gentleman alluded to, as no worse than what's already there. Type of phrase that, we're just adding to an issue that is not getting any better. I mean, if anything, it'll be deemed, that's the first thing somebody will see driving into town, is that community.
And
they're coming down out of Emmitsburg, they will run right into that community.
So the other side is Sheets.
With all due respect,
Sheets is more commercially zoned, it's more business focused, it's a different, which most municipalities have, is a commercial part of the town. Most entrances aren't lower income, however you want to put it, visibility, because you have a nice park, you have a nice infrastructure, you have a lot of nice things going on, and as he had said, farmland is a lot prettier to look at than institutional homes.
Well,
Because for institutional homes, when you look at them, you can spot them a mile away. Drive into Frederick, I work in Frederick, they're institutional homes. And when you see them, you'll see they're institutional homes.
Well, and with all due respect, because I wanted to be absolutely familiar with the product type and the overall maintenance levels at these communities, in addition to the one in Frederick and then the one in Hagerstown that I believe that Mr. Harner indicated that he toured, I also toured 3 other ones. One in Ellicott City, one in Odenton, and I have photos of those if it would be helpful. I know one of the things that was questioned was, you know, the dumpster pad. When I toured these neighborhoods, they're beautiful dwellings. I mean, we're talking about good quality construction, they're well maintained.
But what do they look like? I mean, that looks like an institutional home. The place in Frederick looks like, do we have photos of what the homes look like that are going to be built?
My next witness will be the architect.
So you know, again, the communities were well maintained, no evidence of debris or trash. So again,
Well, what does it look like? You know, that's the key, and it gives the impression of low income. When people see that, they look at it as low income housing. They don't look at it as like the upper end of the town. They look at it as the lower end. I mean, let's be honest.
Are you referring to you say, look at what they look like? When
Yeah.
you say look at what they look like?
Look in Frederick down by.
Not these, but other ones.
Yeah, you associate them
We're
with.
getting ready to show you what they're going to look like.
You associate them with the stigmatism of low-income housing, that we already have that stigmatism in this town. And I just feel like we would be compounding it with, I don't mean to take up all the time, but I mean, it should be in my closing, I guess, but it's just, you know, it's, the impression is that's what it's gonna appear to be.
well, and I think that perhaps the architect will be able to speak better to that, but my impression is that we're gonna have, you know, nice quality duplex units. The multifamily component, if you will, is going to be positioned proximate to Mr. Herring's multifamily. And again, you know, we're looking at good quality materials, maintenance, et cetera, so the multifamily component will be somewhat shielded, if you will, from, you know, when you're driving into Taneytown. So I think it's going to present as a nice community.
Have you seen, are you familiar or seen other rental or multifamily developments in Taneytown, Cloverdale, and not that one, but others too?
Yes.
Okay. How do these compare?
With all due respect, I believe that, you know, the quality level is probably going to be superior, and the maintenance obligations as a result of this program and the management that needs to be in place, it's strict protocol. So, for lack of a better word, I believe that these are probably going to be policed. There's going to be somebody on site 5 days out of the week.
Yeah, but I just agree that it's gonna enhance property value. That's my opinion, so yeah, yours, but I mean, you don't live here, I do, and, you know, it's, you know, I just don't believe it's gonna enhance the value.
And again, with all due respect, I certainly don't think it's going to have a negative impact on the neighborhood.
Are you when you make your statement, are you comparing a vacant farm field or a vacant field to this project? The effect on property values of a vacant field versus a vacant field with 36 units on it.
Well, when I make that judgment, or for instance, if I'm doing an appraisal of a dwelling in this area or a property in this area, one of the things that I'm looking at is land uses in the surrounding area. If your question, if I'm understanding it, is would I look at this as having an adverse effect or any any type of effect above and beyond what, the ag use may be having, no, I would not distinguish. I wouldn't suggest that a property located next to this one is being negatively influenced.
Question along the back wall?
My question is as regards to property values. A little quick research confirms much of what folks have said about the quality of the developments that Foundation has done. And they do appear to be very attractive. People have been saying that they're very well maintained. My question then goes back to, okay, their research tells them that their rental people will be coming from existing rental properties. What is the impact on property values of the current rental properties that are being vacated by people who live there now who are going to come to these other properties? If to Mr. Farley's point about Taneytown having a less than stellar reputation around the county, what is a whole bunch of vacant rental properties going to do for that?
Well, clearly, the answer to a whole bunch of vacant rental properties is not a good scenario. But having said that, I was not tasked with doing the market study or the market research to establish the demand for these types of units. And based on the testimony that was presented earlier, by all indicators, there is pent-up demand or unsatisfied demand for these types of units within this location. So that's the best I can...
That might be just the current state of conditions of the current rentals in town, which may not be the best shape, you know what I mean? But that's part of the issue, maybe, I don't know. But it might be an upgrade, I don't know. I don't want to talk bad about them, but, just, we do have a lot of rentals in town.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, sir.
Question, your opinion as an appraiser, what do you think would have a more positive impact on the community? A project of this nature or the intended use of that property as single family or 7,500 homes?
That's a tricky one, and the reason I say that is, it has been, normally, I think generally speaking, most people's gut says, oh, single family is going to be better. Having said that, I believe there was testimony earlier that you could put 12 to 14 single family dwellings on this parcel of land in accordance with the zoning in place, and as compared to, the 36 units they're requesting here. Well, if you put 12 or 14 single-family dwellings down, recognizing you have zoning, nobody's really policing those people. So I could put anything I wanted to on this, I could put any single-family housing, and I could do whatever I wanted to, and, nobody's taking my tag number down, and nobody's running a criminal background check to see who I am. And I agree that absolutely all of the same codes would have to be met. The difference becomes that once you have that UNO in your hand, say for instance you live in your single family and I'm living in this project. If you want to have 10 cars presumably, and I can't speak the code because I'm not that familiar with it. If you want to have 10 cars lined up in your driveway or along the road, presumably you can.
Would you agree, and I guess in generalities, that not this project in particular, but rental properties in general are less well maintained than owner-occupied homes?
No, I would not agree with that. I honestly think it depends on the tenant or the homeowner. And in this instance, recognizing that there is going to be management. There is going to be strict management. Yeah, I think it depends on the personality.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, Mike Blake? Michael, are you still here?
Give me his resume. Give me his resume and other stuff so that I can get it all marked.
Mike, state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Michael Blake. I'm Vice President at Mosley Architects. Our firm address is 1414 Key Highway, Baltimore, Maryland, 21230.
Mike, you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth here today, are you not?
I am.
And describe briefly your educational background and experience.
Sure. I'm a graduate of accredited architecture school, Ball State University, registered architect in numerous states. I have worked in multiple states, including Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and Maryland. I've been practicing architecture in Maryland for the last 22 years.
I would ask that he be certified or recognized as an expert in the area of architecture.
Indeed.
Thank you. And I'd like to introduce his resume as my exhibit number 7, please. Now, Michael, have you worked on
Thank you.
similar projects in the past?
Yes. A good majority of our firm does a broad range of project types. The Baltimore office specifically specializes in housing, a wide range of housing, including the tax credit program that this project is a part of.
Right. And are you familiar with the proposal, the proposed development here tonight?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the project?
A little over a year, working with Foundation Development on some early concepts for the property. And including materials for the tax credit application program that went in last year.
And part of that tax credit application process before the Maryland Housing and Community Development Agency, did that involve architectural and neighborhood type reviews?
Correct.
And does that review, did that review include a review of such things as the type of building materials?
Right. The program, I think, as was testified earlier, has a specific list of requirements that speak to durability of the projects that are being designed and constructed. There are characteristics that need to be met in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood and area where the project will be built. And then there are some other criteria just in terms of the style or size of the apartment units themselves.
As part of your work on this project, did you conduct what's called a context survey?
Sure. Typical to any new design project, we do a couple of things. One we characterize as a context survey, and that's really a sort of on-the-ground survey of the area, the community, immediate surroundings where the project will be built. We'll also do what's called a precedent study, and that's maybe a similar types of projects in other communities, both in size and similar characteristics, where we try to gain sort of a baseline of what a project really should be in terms of its look and feel.
Were you present at the Taneytown Planning Commission meeting when this project was described and presented to them for a recommendation?
Yes, I was.
And did they recommend that in favor of the special exception request?
They did.
All right. May he have permission to approach the board? I'm going to ask him to explain that.
Yes.
Can you carry this with you?
Or with the pointer?
Well, why don't you walk up there? If you need this mic, you can use it.
All right, I think you've got packets. So what we've got.
Yeah, Michael, so let me do my job and answer your question. Can you explain that, Mike?
So what I've got organized here, and I think it's the first page of your packet. These are sketches. They're very early concept sketches, representative of what the community is going to look like. The lower right-hand corner is kind of what we call an aerial. It's an overview of the project.
Hold that mic up to your mouth.
Kind of a bird's eye view. And then we've got what we call just some sort of character perspectives of the different types of housing in the project. And these are sort of representative of what we've been calling the duplexes. And then this one is a representation of the multifamily or the garden apartment.
They're not identical. That's not identical to the units you're proposing to construct.
Well, they're going to be very close. This is part of the exhibits that were submitted to the state for the tax credit application. So because of that fact and because it was awarded based on what we're proposing, we're going to have to follow very closely to what this is. That's not to say that we have a process in place in terms of going through Planning Commission and a design review board because the property is within the Old Town design guidelines. So we'll work within that process to refine and enhance the project as necessary.
So explain the rationale for some of the design features on those proposed units.
Sure, and then on the lower panels here, and the second and third pages in your packet, these are photographs of the context. So these are properties that are either across the street or on the north side of town. And then you can see on the lower how sort of our response is in tune with those existing structures. So we're trying to be very compatible with the scale and the materials that are used on the existing structures, and that's how this project can kind of fit in with the community. So, this is a very common housing type, this sort of four square. It was the early part of the 20th century. This is very common. So it's a two story with a sort of an attic dormer. The porches run along the full front of the building, and we're replicating that in our duplex design. So we're trying to be very compatible in that way.
What's the function of the attic dormer? Is it architectural, or does it have another?
That's a bedroom. It'll be a bedroom in these particular layouts,
okay.
right? Mm-hmm. Which would be not uncommon with how it's laid out in those existing context examples. And so we've highlighted in written form some of the aspects of the old town plan that are character defining elements that we want to make sure that we incorporate into our design. So, roof slope in terms of its pitch or its style of roof, we want to make sure that we're respectful of that. We've got some massing and height, 2.5 stories is typical in the area, so that's what our proposed buildings are going to be. We've got some other elements like the exterior materials, whether they're brick and siding, we'll be using those same kinds of materials. And then some other character issues such as the types of windows and the porch that I spoke of earlier. And then we've got sort of setback and separation of buildings that are very compatible with what you see elsewhere in Taneytown.
So is it your opinion that this development would be compatible with the surrounding area?
Yes, yes.
For the reasons you just described?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see the evolution of Taneytown in terms of its more dense sort of the crossroad downtown area, and then how it sort of evolved out to the edges. This is a very compatible transition to the eventual farmland that is elsewhere in the county. And then the final panel in your packet, these are just some examples of projects that that our firm has worked on, just to show how we translate that into an actual built form with the materials that we ended up using. So
those are not designed to be representative of exactly what this project will look like, but they're designed to be representative of the type of
Right.
structure.
Correct.
Michael, is there anything else you'd like to explain to the board?
No. That's good.
That's all I have for Mr. Blake. Yeah, I'd like to introduce as my number 8, this applicant's exhibit 8.
Thank you, we accept. Questions from the board?
Yes, if these photos are representative of things you've built, how are the ones that you're planning to build there differ from these? And what are you going to build them out of? I mean, are they going to be siding? What?
Yeah. So in terms of the difference would be just the characteristic of the building itself. You know, we're proposing the duplexes that are similar to the Foursquare style of homes that Taneytown has. Some of those other examples that we've done before are either townhouses or they're smaller scale apartment buildings, which are a little bit different than what we're proposing.
Well, she asked about building materials. You know the building materials?
Yeah, so the building materials that we are obligating to provide are going to be brick masonry. They're going to be what we call cement board siding, which is a much more durable material than painted wood, in fact. And it's got a lower maintenance and a longer term durability to it. So those are the materials we will use.
Some will be brick and other houses?
Some will have brick on it and some will have siding. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now this one house I'm looking at, it's like a double house, 2 families will live in one structure.
That's right, and in fact, the property that has the property that's not part of the project, but it's sort of encircled by our project, is the same style where there are 2 entrances and 2 families live in that house. So it's really
Now you
identical.
said the dormers were a bedroom? And
That's
in those old houses, they're attics.
Yeah, yeah.
So when he asked you what the dormers were, you said that would be a bedroom?
Bedroom, right.
So we're talking 3 floors?
3 floors, what I call 2.5, because it's the bedroom is in the
So
roof
you have
space.
a first floor, then you go up steps to the second floor and go up steps to a third floor?
To a 3rd floor, but it's really kind of within the roof form. So it has the massing of a 2.5-story building that is similar to what is across the street.
That's all I have, thank you.
Questions from the floor? Sir?
Keith Reed, I was just wondering on the houses, are you gonna have different color schemes for each individual duplex? Are they gonna all be the same roof color, same siding colors, or any thoughts on that at this point?
Well, it's likely we'll have a variety of colors. It won't be every single duplex having a different color. Usually when we see that, it looks less cohesive, so we might have a palette of 2 or 3 colors that get repeated over a couple of the buildings. Roof colors might be more uniform throughout, but there might be 2 roof colors. We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
That's it. That concludes our presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Weeprecht.
Well, Mr. Hackett said pretty much everything that I was going to. I'll just reiterate that the Taneytown Planning Commission did hear a similar presentation at their November 26th meeting. They did, as was noted before, suggest that should the special exception be granted, that parking on Westview Drive be restricted in front of those units that face Westview Drive. But they did unanimously make a positive recommendation of support for the project to the board. So the Planning Commission does support the project. Or rather, they made a favorable recommendation to the board.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've heard quite a few comments thus far, but we're now officially moving into the public comment portion of this evening. So, if you have something to say, I'll call on those hands raised, and when you go to the podium, give your name and address and sign in, please. Yes, ma'am.
Name is Betsy Baker. Address?
Yes, ma'am.
144 Saddle Top Drive, Taneytown, Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
What's the road name?
Saddle.
Thank
One
you.
word. One thing I would like to ask is, can we use one of your sets to just see what these homes look like? That we haven't seen. And I think that'll be helpful to us in the range of what's low income, what's not low income. Because we're very close to it. We're down in Carroll Vista, quite a few of us. And this worries us. I'll pass this. Thank you. We'll give it back to you.
Okay.
Promise. Which was
Yes, ma'am.
Jay Lerman, 18 Hayride Lane, Taneytown. Actually, this meeting has alleviated some of my concerns. However, I think there are two concerns that haven't and probably can't be alleviated. One is the fact that there will be no light. And
No stoplight.
no red light there. So I think that's a big concern. My other concern is that based on the number of bedrooms, if there's one child, it would be 58 children in the community. If there are two children, it would be 116 children in that community. It's only 4 acres. And my concern is, what is that going to do to our school system, our library, and the rest of our taxes are going to have to pick up if we need additions to the school or if we need anything like that. So I'm kind of concerned by the number and the light situation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I promise it's the last time I'm coming up to the podium tonight. I'm sure you're probably a little tired of hearing me and seeing me. Chris Tillman, 10 York Street. There's been a lot of testimony given here tonight. A lot of things have been talked about. A lot of fears have been alleviated, but there are certain things that simply are not. I still don't believe, even though the statistics have been given out, that the effect on traffic in the immediate area, especially of Westfield, is I don't think that's been adequately addressed. And the other real issue is their market study notwithstanding is where are these tenants coming from? They believe these are coming from the 21787 area code, their zip code. I've been having an extended conversation with a real estate agent who I know and trust, and who many of you know and trust, who says this simply isn't true, that pent-up demand is not there. And the only demand for rental housing up here is for low-income rental housing. I can attest to that. I can tell you that when we moved up here, we lived in a rental house. There were no issues about finding a place for us to rent. But when we moved out, I can tell you that the owner of our house and owned another house 2 doors down that was also vacant, had a lot of trouble finding renters. There are always places to rent here in Taneytown. And I don't think that moving people that are renting from one place in Taneytown to another is growth. And I don't think it's good for the town. And which brings back to the main concern and probably my largest objection to all of this is that our tax dollars are being used to subsidize a development that isn't needed and that brings more problems than it solves. I see no reason that this city should be granting exceptions to create problems. You know, there's a large group here, and I don't think these folks are all here in favor of this project. And I really believe that the only community that's being served by this would be the community of Benjamins in the developer's pocket. Thank you.
Being 168 Graham, Taneytown. I'm familiar with this process and property managers with taking care of the exterior and the apartment part and incentives for them having a good, nice apartment and everything. But I don't think Taneytown's ready for that. I don't think there's anything incentive-wise for people to move into a nice apartment in Taneytown. There's nothing really on Main Street. There's a lot of assets in town that were taken away from the kids. There's not a community pool. The only other aspect that somebody might move in there is if they worked at a VATCO. That would be their source of income, so then they could be close to work. Other than that, the people that live around here, they already have apartments. They have townhouses, apartments. People let them live in their single-family homes, and it's not working. They're usually not quality renters. They don't take care of the property. They get into other things that aren't good for the communities, and they cause trouble. I just hope that if it does come to town, that the people that do come in there, they keep it where it is, people that do have good jobs and that they do well maintain it, but it's going to be hard in this town. So, along with the traffic, but that's always an issue everywhere. And then the issue of the money, they talk about with the council how they talk about the capital gains of the town, but I don't know if this was actually one that they were talking about. I think they were more investing in parks and other recreations in relation to an apartment complex. So that's all that I had to say. Thank you.
Barry Lucas, 24 Trail Ride Drive. I just want to expand on something Chris said. It's my opinion that when we talk about doing an exception to a rule, it's because we benefit somehow. And I haven't heard anything tonight that tells me how Taneytown benefits from this project. And so if we're going to grant an exception, it should be because we're going to gain, not because we're either going to stay the same or maybe go down a little bit. Thank you.
Good evening. Frank Bradley, 101 Ponytail Lane, Taneytown. I agree basically with what everybody else is saying. I don't really see a real benefit. I'm not really sure what would draw somebody here other than the fact that it's a rental property and maybe have a set rental price and it may be a managed community, but it's also going to impact our school systems, our parks, and every other resource we have here, including our EMS and fire services. So I just don't think it's something that we need. And like Barry said, I'm not sure it's going to really bring a benefit to Taneytown.
Good evening, Sharon Tillman, 10 York Street. My concern is master plan. Does Taneytown have one? Yes, apparently we do have one that's nearly 10 years old at this point. And my concern is, does this fit into the ongoing master plan, looking out not just the next 2 years till we can create the next one, or does it look out further than that, to the next 20, 30, 40 years? I moved here 2 years ago. I have a lot at stake in this town. I'm a business owner. I have a business right in the center of downtown in the historic business district. And my concern is with moving in more affordable housing, what that will do not only to my property values, but to my business value. And where these people that will be moving in are working, how are they contributing to our community? How are we going to benefit from their presence in our community? And I think all of those factors need to be concerned. Thank you.
I'd like to say a few words. 3.5 hours. We've listened to big city, out-of-town experts tell us what's good for Taneytown and how wonderful this community is, and maybe it is. I've heard the counselor on a number of occasions tonight ask the question, well, do you see this project compatible with the surrounding areas? And every time, those big city, out-of-town experts would say, yes, it is compatible. How do they know? They don't live here. We live here. We know what's compatible. They don't. Even though all their charts, their education, their learning might convince them they do, the bottom line is they don't. When this project's complete, they're going to be home in Baltimore or in Columbia or some other far-off big city place, not in Taneytown. As mayor of Taneytown, it's my responsibility to guide this town as it grows. I need to guide it in a manner that's both sustainable and beneficial. We had a room full of people tonight. And the 3.5-hour testimony by our expert, out-of-town big city experts managed to thin that down to a precious few, and I thank you all for staying. Mr. Harner accepted, of course. I've served the citizens of Taneytown for over 33 years. And 11 years, the past 11 plus years as mayor. My only interest is in the betterment of Taneytown and having a better Taneytown. And I say this to emphasize my concerns on this proposed high-density rental housing project along Harney Road and Westview Drive. I'm very familiar with the city and its design and the comprehensive plan. And that area was designed and planned for single-family homes or 7,500. The reason we're here for a special exception is multifamily units, rental units weren't included in that plan. I want to begin by saying that new growth and properly planned growth is essential for the city's future. Without proper growth, our city will die. I had the privilege of representing the Maryland Municipal League on Governor Glendenning's Smart Growth Committee for a number of years, which was the landmark legislation for smart growth through the whole nation. When I look at this proposed development, I must conclude that this is neither smart or properly planned. The existing area is zoned to accommodate modest single-family homes. that predominate the surrounding area. I know there's rental units, I know there's a duplex or two. There's even an apartment that was constructed down on Harney Road many years ago, which is inconsistent with the development of the surrounding area. And that's exactly why I challenge the wisdom of this development. There's no reason for us to duplicate our mistakes. From the very first time I heard of this proposed low-income rental unit project, I voiced my opposition. And I must say that this kind of came in under the radar. I got the news of this a little late. I was very disappointed in our zoning administrator and city manager for not informing me before. It was already in process. I appeared before the zoning board to voice my concerns. The first time they came to ask for special exceptions and voice my opinion there, they withdrew the project. Came back without the special exceptions and got the Planning and Zoning Board to approve it. I wasn't available at the second presentation. I was out of town. My objections don't have to do with the low-income housing part of it, but it has to do with the impact it'll have on our city, and in particular the surrounding neighborhoods. To begin with, I maintain that Taneytown has an abundance of low-income housing already, probably more than any other town in the county per capita. I would challenge anybody to disagree with me there. It's not that I'm against low-income housing, on the contrary. For the many years that I've served the citizens, I've been in the forefront and encouraging low-income housing. I was the leader when interfaith housing came to town to construct single-family homes through sweat equity. We most recently granted Meads Crossing additional townhouse capacity to accommodate more low-income housing, more affordable housing. I've been an outspoken advocate of having a good place to live for anybody at an affordable level. I've worked closely with Carroll County Habitat with Humanity, encouraging their development in Taneytown, and their first project will begin shortly, just right up here on East Baltimore Street. The real reason I object to the primary use, or the primary issue that I have with this project is that, in my opinion, it's in the wrong place. And that's the number one thing, the wrong place. This high-density housing project in our 7500 zone will tear at the fabric of the city and the surrounding areas. I live on York Street. We've heard already from a number of people about the traffic congestion that is there at peak times every day. I think anybody that is familiar with this will attest to what I'm saying. It'll only be made worse by this project. Traffic studies and statistics are what you make them. I see it every day, every morning and every evening. I'm in it every morning and every evening. Already downtown businesses will suffer because of reduced parking that will be available after the Meads Crossing project is complete. This added burden to our main street, to our main downtown intersection, will have a negative effect on our renaissance that we're experiencing in our downtown. We have so many positives going on in this town. Downtown never looked better. If this project is to be, I suggest it be located in another area or converted to a senior living facility if that's what you want to do, to lessen that impact. The traffic issue cannot be minimized. It's not compatible with the area that it's proposed for. And that's the main reason that I stand in objection to it. I encourage the board to consider the number of citizens that were out tonight concerned about their town, concerned about what's going to happen if this project moves forward. Our comprehensive plan was very clear in that we wanted our 7,500 units developed there, not multifamily rental homes. I asked the board to give due consideration to all the things that have been said and the witness of all the people that have been here tonight. You know, it's a wonderful thing. You know, the federal government has the judicial and the legislative and the whatever other branch it is, but for checks and balances. We have the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Zoning Appeals and Mayor and City Council for our checks and balances, and that's the way it should be. These are autonomous boards. They're individuals that make their own decisions. But again, I'm coming from my heart. I'm coming from a resident who spent half his life in this town and half his life on the city council, and begging you to consider turning this project down and returning it to its intended purpose of our 7,500 single-family homes. Well, I'm Jim McCarron, by the way. 22 York Street. Yes, the Tillmans are my neighbors.
I'm Joel Altman at 614 Clubside Drive. Can't really follow the eloquence of our mayor. However, I do want to make a couple of points. When you look at a project and use the word betterment to a community, I don't see that here. I really don't see that here. Why does a developer want to come to an area and put together a project like this? And I think somebody said it earlier, for profit. And I really think that says it all. I really don't think that this has a place in that particular place. Thank you.
Yep, I'm Delaware. I'm Ronald Welker. My address on my driver's license says 19944 Oyster Rocks Road, Milton, Delaware. I grew up in Taneytown. 27 years. I lived in all of those buildings down there at the corner. I lived in the Sobels Inn. I lived in the same house that Dennis now lives in. The house that is deemed to be torn down, I was almost born there. My father was a minister in Amherstburg. My mother a school teacher. I have been in education for over 50 years. I finally retired. I'm 78 years old. I've gone through heart attacks, bypass surgery, knee replacement, prostate cancer, and next Tuesday I go in for a valve replacement. They've tried to get a hold of me, and I haven't really been interested. I originally bought the piece of property in case my sister needed it for the inn. Well, that isn't necessary anymore. You keep talking about this low income. I don't think Taneytown has low income. I disagree. I disagree. Wholeheartedly. Yes, you have some low income type housing. My mother rented to a young lady. My mother owned the inn. And was paid through HUG. Okay, so I do know all about all the different sides. I managed the building down there for 10 years for my mother. Mowed the lawn. Did the snow. And I didn't have all the modern technology that you have today. I did it by hand. So I know where I'm talking of. I still own a piece of property there. Coming from Emmitsburg, looking at that corner, you're not going to see this project. You're not going to see it one little bit. You may see one house. But that's all you're going to see coming into Taneytown. As far as traffic is concerned, traffic's going to be traffic. You bring in single-family homes and put in there. First of all, no one's going to be able to afford them. That's the biggest problem you're going to have. Why haven't I built a house on that piece of property? Because I easily could. Can't afford it. Can't afford all the rest of the impact fees and the sewer fees and all the rest of those things that you have upped drastically for maybe some unknown reasons. I don't know where I stand on all this, but Taneytown definitely needs some housing. Keep in mind one thing. Managed house, from what I've heard, is going to improve the situation. There are too many homes which the homeowner is renting and they don't give a damn whether about the property, who's living there. All they want is the dollar and cent that they get from that. So keep that all in mind while you're trying to be whatever you're trying to be. I don't agree with you. I think you're being very foolish. Very foolish. That's my personal opinion. I believe in Taneytown. I always have. More of my family has lived here and died here. And one thing you ought to know, you ought to put in the back of your mind, between my uncle and my grandfather, that park that you have over there in the swimming pool, that was donated property to the town, to this town. That road, my property actually was where the road is. But the town needed a road. My uncle gave that road to the town, moved my property over. So keep in mind that the town has benefited from the Sabals. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Schaefer, rebuttal or statements?
I just have a closing statement.
Okay.
I appreciate it. If you don't mind, I'll stay seated unless you'd like me to get up here.
Whatever you're best with, sir.
He's not. You know, this is a tough one, obviously. It's why we've been here. It's why we've heard a lot of stuff about it. Obviously, people feel very emotional about it. But I'm also interested to hear things like, now that the rumors are controlled, doesn't sound as bad, but we're still opposed. I'm also interested that I haven't heard one testimony. Now, maybe I'm missing because I don't know everybody's address, and I didn't want to ask everybody where do you live and how close. But I think Mr. Welker is the only one that really owns property right next to this. Now, I'm not saying these people that live in Carol Vista are not entitled to their opinion. They are. And you should listen to them. And they residents of town. But I think it's quite interesting to hear Mr. Welker talk about single families out there. And I think the reason it is when you look at a piece of property, I'm in the business, okay? I've been in the business for 40 years as a lawyer. I've stayed out of the business because they didn't want to compete with my clients, and I don't have the stomach, nor does my wife, to invest the kind of money to get in real estate. But when you look at a vacant piece of ground, and you see it vacant, and you heard Mr. Harner testify about people noshing around for a while and commercial and this and that. You know what? You know what you see with this piece of property? You see a property at 140 and Harney Road, which is not the most attractive place in town for a nice single-family development. I'm not saying you couldn't get a single family in there. I'm telling you, you won't get a single family in there like you would get in a little rural cul-de-sac somewhere. You're not going to see, oh, what's my neighbors? Well, I got FlowServe and up the road, and I got rental properties around me. How much, Mr. Developer, you sharpen your pencil here, and I'm telling you, I bet you this is what happened. This is why Mr. Harner's here today, probably having marketed this property. He's had health issues over the years. He'd like to move, up the street a little bit. You're not going to see maybe nothing there for a long time, which seems to be very good for a lot of people. Fine, like the field, great. This is ideal for this sort of use. And guess what? Here's the good news for my clients. And despite what the mayor has said, which he has not represented honestly, the master plan or the zoning ordinance, I'm not saying he did it on purpose, he may not understand it. This use is a listed special exception use in the R7500 zone. It is repeatedly called out in your master plan as page 38. Suburban residential growth on the periphery of downtown has been a logical extension of the development pattern. However, the development has been homogeneous in housing type for the most part, and little has been done to differentiate the residential developments from each other. Result has been very large areas of strictly single family. Implications for this type of development are many, including greater cost, etc. So It's not true that this is not in accordance with the master plan. Mr. Weeprecht, when asked at the Planning Commission meeting if it was, answered truthfully it was. And then we get to the legal standard. And the legal standard is, as Mr. Gulliver pointed out, is the Schultz v. Pritz standard. And that standard says that when a municipal government, the City Council of Taneytown, specifically lists a certain use as a special exception use, it is declared under Maryland law to be presumptively compatible in the zone, but it needs a special look. And that special look is to see if there are adverse effects above and beyond those adverse effects inherently associated with such a use, regardless of its location in the zone. Now, as Mr. Gullo said, that's legalese, but it's not legalese after you think about it. What it says, or at least I understand part of it, okay, after Schultz v. Pritz was decided when I was law clerking for Judge Gilmore in 1978, I think it was. So here's what it says, and here's what it means. And this is very apropos for the testimony here today. And it's hard to think about this stuff this way. Here's what it says. You can't turn down a special, you're not supposed to, turn down a special exception use because it's going to generate 12 traffic trips compared to 6 traffic trips for the single families that would fit in there. You know why? Because 12 traffic trips are inherently associated with such a use regardless of its location in the zone. And so now we come to, okay, what's special about this use? Okay, it's at Harney, it's at the intersection of 140 and Baltimore. Now, you might say, well, that's a special adverse effect, Clark. You could put it somewhere else. Well, you tell me where else, where it's not going to put a couple trips into a problem intersection in Taneytown. What I hear, and I don't deny it, and I hear it in every jurisdiction I go to, and I go to the Carroll County once I've moved out, I'm going to go to Howard and Baltimore. Everyone, traffic sucks, okay? And then often up here you hear, and we're blaming it on the Pennsylvanians, but traffic sucks and we don't want anybody else. Well, guess what? Any use in any area on that side of town is going to put a couple trips into that intersection. It might be more, it might be less. You come in with a store, you come in with a factory. So, does that mean that Taneytown's not going to approve any more uses that puts trips into that intersection? I don't think so, and I know they don't because I know Taneytown has an adequate public facilities ordinance that the Planning Commission looks at. I don't like the big city argument, and the reason I don't is that it's an excuse for thinking about something and looking at the adverse effects of something. It's an attempt to paint somebody as an out-of-towner, and therefore they're not welcome here. And then I also don't like, or less offended by guess what? Profit. Just these guys are going to go home with their money. Well, guess what? We live in a country where you can make a profit. And we live in a country where you can do business in Taneytown, or you can do business in Gettysburg, or you can do business elsewhere. And if you meet the standards, then you're eligible. We have shown, and the evidence shows, big city. You look. Think back to our traffic expert. You think that's made up big city consultant stuff? I don't think so. It's up to you to judge. You heard the evidence. You saw the report. You heard the methodology. You heard the cross-examination. That you didn't count it on the right day. Oh, yes, we did, and we counted it right, and here's the numbers. Now, I'm not saying it's not, it is a statistical thing, and yes, but to say that, well, I don't believe it, traffic's bad. No, we've shown that we meet the standards. And they're published standards. How would you feel if you came in for a project on your property and there were published standards, 6 of them, and you looked at them and you met them and said, well, too bad, we don't like it. We've proven tonight that we've met all those standards. Now, and it's also they don't like their tax dollars. Some people doesn't like their tax dollars being used for this. Well, you heard the explanation. Want to buy an electric car? Guess what? You get a tax credit. Well, I don't like my tax credit, my tax dollars being used to support the Chevrolet dealer. I don't even know if he sells electric cars. You shouldn't do that. Guess what? You go to the restaurant, I go to the restaurant, take Jessica Zuniga out there, I write it off, I deduct it. That's your tax, that's the same analogy, your tax dollars. That means that the IRS is collecting less money because of this program. Therefore, your tax dollars are being used. This is not your tax dollars. You heard the evidence. And so I've read your master plan. We've talked about enough. The fact of the matter is that one more thing on your master plan, and we did it again, is that in Taneytown, your master plan says the majority of rental units, 80.8%, fell into the 300 to 749 range, with a median contract rent of $493. That's not us. Now, we're going to be above that, well above it, and we're going to provide much nicer units. And these people that are going to move in there, yes, they're going to be in front of you at the traffic light, and you may miss it. They might be in front of you at the library, and you might have to wait a couple minutes to get your book. They're going to go to your schools, some of them. You know what else they're going to do? They're going to play on your Little League teams. They're going to patronize your downtown businesses. They might even run for council one day. They're going to be contributors to your community, and they're going, if you approve this, they're going to be located in a well-managed, well above. I'm not going to disparage anybody else's rental properties, but I'm going to say that most of those properties are not property managed like the one that we've described. I'm also going to point out that the single families, as we say, are not going to be regulated as much as these. Somebody has a motorbike, they're going to ride it around Dennis Harner's farm. You know, if he would sell this, you can bet I don't know if you can bet for sure, but I've been around a little bit and I've talked to farmers, and if he would sell this for single families, I'll bet you he's going to have a couple visitors over there sometime. Not that it might be good, might be bad. So these are going to be good. This is a good, and guess what? Here's the good news. These people are going to pay all their taxes. They're going to pay all their connection fees. They're going to pay all their impact fees to do this development. You've seen the architecture. It's going to be a benefit to the town, a benefit to the downtown, and it meets your standards. And it meets the legal standards for these sorts of developments. And it's listed in your ordinance, and it's contemplated by your master plan. We appreciate your attention tonight. I know that we appreciate your attention tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to close the public hearing portion, and we're going to move into the deliberation by the board. Before we share thoughts, are there any remaining questions that y'all wanted to throw out anywhere? Or do you feel like we've been thoroughly saturated? Okay. We're going to mix things up tonight, and we're going to start on your end, sharing your general thoughts as of now.
So, good attendance tonight, a lot of thoughts going in. We talk about, does it meets all the standards, but the standards in Taneytown need to be improved upon. Our We have a good infrastructure with the grocery stores, car dealerships, and then I look at the downtown, and the downtown is just, half the stores are empty, and we have a lot of low-income housing, and I say low income because if the medium income rent is $350 to $700, that's low income. Okay, we got low-income housing in the town, and I just, as a property owner in town, I don't see any benefit. I would ask Mr. Schaefer if they put one of these next to his home, how would he feel? Well, how would any of those people, how would any of you feel if one of these went next to your home? And I'm sure I wouldn't I'm all in. I live on 65 Frederick, and there's a wedding venue going into my home, next to my home. And I was all for that. And you know why I was for that? Because it was a pro-business and it was a good thing for town. And most people would think I'm kind of crazy because they're going to have music till 10 o'clock at night and 200 people coming in and out. But I voted for that because I know it's a good thing for the town. It's going to bring, we have the woman put a flower shop here in town. She's going to bring revenue. She's going to bring people to town. And those people are going to see Taneytown and say, hey, this is a town I may want to bring my kids up and have them go to school. I've lived in this town for 31 years. All my kids went to school here. I would recommend this town, but, I'm concerned about the values of the homes because right now, when I say I live in Taneytown, he goes, oh, you live in Taneytown. That's why I said the stigmatism in Taneytown. The reason they're looking to buy here is because they can buy a lot of property. They can't buy that in Eldersburg, Sykesville. You can't touch the property values over there. But you get over this way, and the property values chop in half. Okay? And that's why they're looking to buy here, is because they can make a buck in this community, and it's good for them, but it's not good. If we want our community to grow, we need to invest in businesses that are going to deliver people coming and moving here and bringing more upscale people to consider living in Taneytown. And if we don't, we will be known as the cheap place to go live. Go up to Taneytown. And we probably own that right now. In Carroll County, we probably own that stigmatism at this point in time. But it's a shame because we have a lot of infrastructure, but we're just not, we're kind of maybe shooting ourselves in the foot. So, years past, just because we've had all these rental properties, that probably wasn't a great decision, right? In the long scheme of developing the town. But I think just because we have them, we shouldn't just have more of them. I just don't think bringing more of those into the community, because the schools are going to get affected. There's going to be a school influx, and nobody's really addressed the school issue. How many kids are going to be coming into town? We got 400 houses going out of town here. Nobody knows 400 houses. Plus we have this community going in. I mean, how is this little elementary school with 8 classrooms going to handle 500 homes? There's no way. And those kids, what kind of education are those kids going to get? What kind of time are they going to get spent with their team? They're not. If you get a 25 classroom full of kids, there's no time spent with those children. I mean, so we have kids to worry about. I mean, this is real stuff. And, I didn't bring up crime, but I mean, these things all happen. They go into downtown Frederick, and go down there at 1 o'clock at night, and it's a tough town. Even though it's a nice town during the day, but at night it's a tough town. You don't want to be walking down certain streets in certain parts of town. And so I just think we got to look out for ourselves and do what's right for Taneytown, and instead of doing what's right for other people to make money, and just because legally we meet all the standards, to me it's baloney. Who cares? What cares is about what we're doing for our community. And how we're taking care of it, because that's why we're here, is to make sure we're making good decisions for the town and the community. And so, My vote's gonna be no, obviously, but, you know, that's how I feel, so thank you.
I'm going to be short and sweet. Mr. Schaefer, I was very impressed with your presentation. Well done. However, and I understand why, a lot of your answers were based on studies, equations, statistics, and standards, and I know that that had to be your answers. But I do not think that this is compatible with the area, and I don't think it will enhance the area. I'm also repeat, none of you are from here, nor will you have to face any adverse effects this development may have. Mr. Horner's answer that it should not be worse than anything else that is there helped me to decide to vote no.
There's obviously a lot to consider here. A lot was shared, a lot of emotion, a lot of information. My understanding, first of all, let me thank this past year, City of Taneytown. We've become more educated with precedent, with law, so that hopefully we're basing more of our decisions as a board on the parameters that we are bound by, rather than purely our amygdala and our emotion. I heard the word betterment earlier in terms of will this improve? What we're bound by is to consider, will this special exception, which yes is listed, garden apartment, as a special exception, would it have adverse outcomes? So I'm not going to focus on the idea of betterment, which we're not bound by. Legally, which we are bound by, it would be adverse. And I don't, from what I've heard tonight, see adverse outcomes coming from this. Part of the emotion part, I heard people talking about the what ifs. Being in education myself, if I think back to my 20-some years ago, it would be nice to probably be able to move into a place as a teacher between $40,000 and $66,000. My law enforcement friends, they would probably appreciate that opportunity to move into a place in that range. So it's kind of difficult to think about all the what ifs as kind of a paternalistic, we get to say who goes where. It seems like this venture would be well managed. It seems like there are plenty of examples of properties being well managed. I've heard a lot of anecdotes tonight that are very compelling. A personal anecdote, I live on a Main Street house on the west side. Very hopeful that a single family with 3 daughters who danced with my daughters when they were very little would move in next door. They were outbid by a few $1,000s by someone who maintained the old green schoolhouse as a duplex that no one has lived in for a very long time. When it went on the market, I walked through it. It was in rough shape. It would have taken a lot of love and care to bring it up to where it could have been as a historic home. And this family that they were denied by a few $1,000s, they had a plan laid out in which they would have made the duplex a single family, and it probably would have been awesome. But instead it didn't go that way, and there were renters next to us many years ago that creeped my children out. So I get that vibe as well. You know, we all have our biases here and there. I grew up in a single family home neighborhood in Virginia Beach, and that was very much the realm through which I saw things. But once again, being in education, a community that serves a variety of socioeconomic capacities is not a bad thing. so many times I've come across people in well-to-do neighborhoods that could learn a lot from those who are in the not so well-to-do neighborhoods. And so I don't choose to have that be a bar that I measure any of the decision or thoughts that I'm kicking around tonight for this. And I don't necessarily think it's fair that the mistakes of the past or our current woes, that burden should be on a proposed new project on the west side of town. Once again, that goes to the anecdotes that we've heard here and there. And some of the rental properties in Taneytown are in pretty rough shape, and I think they're very different from what has been proposed here tonight. So once again, I'm looking at this through basically the education of the past year, how a board, a BZA, should view information that comes to us. So through that, I'll be a yes.
We're old guys.
Getting down there, isn't it? Tell you, it was compelling arguments on both sides, and I understand everybody's views. And Jim had a very good talk. I appreciate that. Also, Dennis and everyone else here. I remember a time when I lived in one of Ronnie Welker's apartments one time. That's been a while back. But just based on what I heard here, you pulled me right across that line. I'm going to have to vote a yes. You're up.
Okay. I have a bit of an enigma here. I understand what the mayor said, and I agree with much of that. I also agree with much of what Ronnie said. And by the way, Ronnie, I learned a lot from your mom back many years ago. She was a good lady. I think, Clark, you had a great many really good presenters here. You all handled yourselves well, better than most things that we get before this board. I'm not adverse to the project, although I would prefer it be for aged people, as the one in Emmitsburg is. I think it would lend a certain degree of goodness, because your plans seem to be very much in order here. But there is a safety point here that I can't get past. Now, if you can do something to Route 140 and you can behave yourselves on Westview Drive, I'm all for this. But the way it is right now, I'm not. I just cannot overcome that junction with Route 140. So that's what you got.
So would a fix for that be a stoplight for you?
That would certainly help. Yes. But now I know exactly what we're going to be faced with here. And Penn State, you did real good. But you know, because this is a Maryland route, they'll come in and tell us, just like they did up here, you don't need a left turn signal or a left turn lane. It's going to be the same thing out here. And as long as it is, I can't go for it.
Planning Commission, y'all are still in the house? Somebody? No? Yes? Yeah? Okay. Like would a stop sign with like a flashy red, like, you know, if we can't just, I don't think we're gonna get a stoplight because we say, can we please have a stoplight? But did y'all talk about any options? Or could you?
You'd vote against a R7500. You'd vote against 6 houses. because that intersection's no good.
No, it isn't good now,
Yeah, I know. but I
without
mean-
anything there.
I mean,
You'd
have the same intersection if you did 6 singles there.
Yeah.
Or 10 singles there, or 2 singles there.
Because I use Harding Road a lot, up and back, and you're okay going up. But when you come out of that thing, if you're not, as Larry said earlier, if you're not turning your whole vehicle towards the west, you cannot see.
I get it.
I mean, I agree it's a bad road.
It's
It's a bad intersection,
Yeah.
but it's not,
Do we
it's
need-
not the
do
fault
we need to
of,
kill 5 people in a year? Because sooner
I don't
or
think
later-
anyone's asking for the blood of 5.
Yeah, 1 to 5's enough. But in a few years to come, there's going to be another, probably, housing development out there. We don't know that for sure yet, but it'll come eventually.
I'm familiar.
Yeah. And
So don't they
we've
win
got
because
that
they got
much-
here first?
So if Ronnie Welker
Can't-
pulled a building permit to put a single family on his lot there, he'd be putting a car into that intersection, maybe 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying just a single car or 2 or 3 or a dozen or whatever it's going to be. It is not a safe intersection. Other than that, I think your project's great.
Mr. Parker, could you share just a brief sentence or two? So the planning commission, would conversations such as this continue in your forum?
Yes, it would. I guess, and here again, I hate to speak for the commission, but we voted a favorable recommendation because we felt that it met all the requirements. Our concern was the traffic, the parking, and that was addressed. So, if I can answer anything else, that's how come we arrived at a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parker.
Now, personally, I'm concerned with the parking. I'm concerned about the recommendation that the no parking sign goes up. I think it should go from intersection to intersection, meaning Harney Road to, what is that, Pump House Road?
Pump House Road.
And there I'm talking about on that main drag there. I'm concerned that, personally, that end of town would be considered the low income end of town.
100%.
I also look at everyone needs a place to live. You have to start somewhere.
Well, we got enough rentals in town to live in. There's enough.
I wouldn't want to live in a lot of them, though.
I have a question for Nick.
Yes.
In this voluminous report, is there somewhere in this paper, it might even be just so big as a fly speck, that might say Taneytown could use a bypass? Is it possible that it's in here?
It is not, but I'd be happy to add it.
And the other thing, I need a phone number for the guy that can fix that manhole in front of my house. It wakes me up every time a truck goes by.
I'll stay highway to look at it, at least.
Tomorrow morning, on the job.
Lee, there's one more thing I want to say. We've sat here tonight, we've discussed a lot of great things with a lot of great people. There's one thing here that bothers me. We haven't, with the exception of Ronnie, talked to a single person that is adjourning this property. Everyone here is from Carol Vista. Now,
Got a couple York Street.
why, well, York Street, yeah.
Yeah, York Street.
But none of the people right next to them, now, if they're not complaining, why should we be?
They were.
We had Mike Contractor from Pump House Road that was joining the project.
No, okay, so I missed one.
I will say this,
How many others have left? To be clear, testimony went on and on.
I personally made Ronnie and Lori Sewell aware of this. I mean, I'm sure they got the notice anyway, but I personally talked to Ronnie yesterday. He knew about it a month ago.
Yeah.
So he was aware. I'm not gonna say what he said, because I don't think, I mean, it was favorable, frankly, but I'm not gonna, well, I'm not gonna say it's favorable either. He said I'm neutral on it.
So,
I
Carl.
called him
real
up
quickly.
yesterday for the specific purpose of saying, hey, are you aware? Is there any questions we could ask?
I mean, I think we voted, didn't we vote?
You haven't voted
We
yet.
haven't voted
called
yet,
for
no.
a motion
We're
yet,
still
but-
talking.
Sir, we'll make an exception. Yes, sir. What do you got?
The question was asked. I actually am part owner of the Saltville property at the end, so we are right.
Are you? Okay.
I support my uncle.
So, Carl, thinking about, so this, acknowledging that Harney and 140 is no good. It has always been no good. It's been no good since I came here 17 years ago. And then there's this, what if something's further north on Harney, and then what if something's built in Pennsylvania just across the border, and people are gonna come down through there to, to get to Frederick without taking 15, whatever. So do we put that burden on these 36 units?
I think for the safety aspect of it, we have to consider that. I do. I mean, I could abstain, but this doesn't prove anything. That is a situation, as long as that is that way. Nothing against the project at all. But as long as that is that way, I can't back it.
You know, if the planning commission, we could possibly, and I don't want to say we could, but if we got the planning commission, there's possibly some bit of straightening we could do. We do have that piece on the corner. But I can't say to you tonight that we can address your concerns.
Yeah.
But I can say that there's possible, since we own the property, maybe something we can do to make that. I know what you mean, because you can't get looking right, you're angled this way.
Yeah.
Listen, if we were doing this community now, that would be a right angle intersection, because nobody would approve it that way. But back in the wagon days, it worked fine.
But what we find so many times, you'll get a situation like this, and it becomes very nebulous. We can't do anything about that. Jim's group can't do anything about it either. But before I can vote yes on this, as close as I am, before I can vote yes on this thing, something's got to happen with that intersection.
The highway guy said that they can't do it.
Yeah, I know.
He's hit the standards. He said all the standards, right? The standards have been defined, and they don't meet the standards, to put it like that.
Yeah, we're very important. It's all, we had to say for sure, I'm not going to say it, there's no way state highway today.
It's gonna put it like that.
Maybe if the Sewell property would develop or some other, and then also maybe, I don't know.
But that's so nebulous, Clark. It just.
State highway wouldn't let you.
So without BZA approval, though, they could stick 12 to 14 single families there, and there would be increased traffic, and we would have no say in it. So, I mean, that gets you a lot closer to whatever the expectation would be with this project.
Well, as far as the project's concerned, I'm not against the project.
Oh, I know, but we're getting ready to vote yay or nay on this.
Well,
Okay.
at this point.
Sir.
Some other place.
We'll hear from this gentleman first, and then, yes, we'll head back.
Dennis Harner, I'm already on the record, but I've sat here and Carl listened to you about the traffic. I know the Sewell project is coming forward. Are you going to vote no because of the traffic? Is anybody you want to hear who's concerned about the traffic going to give the same decision on Sewell's? Because that's what you're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
You're shooting the project down because of
Well,
traffic.
that's one of the reasons. I have multiple
But
reasons.
it-
That's
well,
one of
but
them. That's not my sole
That
reason.
corner's been like that all my life. I come out of there and in and out of there multiple times, more than anybody else in this room, every single day, 7 days a week.
You got experience.
I have
Some
experience.
of us may not, going back through that.
And
Yeah.
my 90-year-old mother lives right across from the stop sign. And knock on wood, she has managed to drive for many, many years down that way and come in and out of her driveway without killing somebody or getting killed.
Or getting killed, that's right.
And I was asked if I thought the project would have an adverse effect on the values down there. And I said it wouldn't make it any worse than what it already is. I do think it'll improve things because we've had people look at the ground for single-family homes. And you spend a half hour, 45 minutes down there walking around with people, and then the marijuana factory out there turns on their air exchangers, which sounds like a muffled fire siren, and you smell the odor. And anybody in this room who's lived here all their lives and can remember back in the 60s and 70s with Spring Grove bringing an odor into this town, and Carl, you and Larry both know what I'm talking about.
They might be able to put that in the marketing brochure when they put it out there.
Oh,
They
yeah,
get
right.
that benefit.
You know, but the one gentleman who was interested in it for a single-family home, he heard that, he smelled it, and that was the last we heard of him. So based on that, that's why I think this would be appropriate for that area, because you are not going to see single-family homes built on there. You're going to have driveways coming right out on the apex of the turn going into Harney Road, because that's what it would do.
Is the Sewell's thing?
When Burger
is
King
that compelling
moved to
to you?
Taneytown,
The Sewell's project?
they talked to me about buying ground down there for the restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
It never got into the commissions, it just got to the city office and then the town manager, and they said they wouldn't change the zoning on the ground. We had a funeral parlor. Want to do the same thing, build a funeral home down there. And the town manager did the same thing. They wouldn't appropriate, they saw no reason to change the zoning, so the funeral director or the owner walked away. So I don't know what you all expect to be built down there, but what they have proposed has no direct entrance onto Harney Road or 140. It breaks up at Westview Drive and on down the Harney Road at Donald Herring's Apartments Park driveway. So that breaks up your traffic flow. And as far as getting a light at the intersection, I'd like to see it, and I'd not like to see it, because what's it going to do to my mother coming in and out of her driveway?
Yeah.
And just so you don't think 90 years is old, her father lived to 96, and he drove till he was 95 years old. And he drove very good.
I thank you, Mr. Harner, for your additional comments. All right, we're going to close that out.
Let me back up for the board here. So this isn't for really public discussion, just so you're clear on the process, and I'm sure you are, but I feel like we'd have it on the record. You know that you're basically approving the use. That's what we talked about under the conditions, and we've talked about that. But a lot of the discussions that have happened about the traffic light and the road straightening and things like that, those are things that while you can put conditions on and you can consider those things, the actual nuts and bolts of fixing those things are beyond what you're going to be able to do. You get to vote yes or no today, and that's it. The Planning Commission is really the board that does that because it's an ongoing process. So I just give you the example that council, provided a marked up drawing that I can pass down. You guys can look at it over here. And this is somewhat irrelevant to your decision, but those are the types of things that if we have the public starting to talk about how we can make changes to improve things, it's beyond the scope of what we should be doing. What we have here is, an idea that maybe it could work. We don't know if it could work, but something to straighten the road. That's something that Mr. Parker and his Planning Commission group are really responsible for doing. They're the group that enforce the adequate public facilities ordinance. They're the group that deal with the traffic counts. They're the group that deal with those. So while you certainly can make some decisions based on what you think might happen, you have to realize there's a bunch of processes that still have to go forward. And while certainly you're able to say, I have concerns based on what I've heard and I'm out already, you can't really start saying, well, if I got this, then I would, because you're not going to get anything beyond the testimony of what you have here, if that clarifies it. And there will be people that review this afterwards if it moves through this process. With that, I think you've beat the dead horse.
All right. So, if we can take a moment on the board, think about what we're bound by. We're focusing on, will we grant a special exemption to this project to build on this land? So, is there a motion to accept the project, to apply the special exemption?
I think we said 3-2 now.
You didn't actually have the motion or the vote. You got
I'm waiting for that.
I'll move.
I'm a no, so you can go.
I'll move.
Okay, so there, a motion has been made. Is there a second? Will you second that the motion's on the table so we can vote on it?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
So let me get that straight. We have 3 in favor and 2 against. Is that correct?
No.
You were in favor? Okay.
Are we clear? We clear?
What happened?
No, he's not clear.
So the exemption is granted.